Hi. I just sat here for a second. I was like, wait. Oh, I am here. That's true. Hello. Hi. Happy Thursday. Hey, Shroommates, did you know it is Thursday? Guess what? I did not. I kind of, part of me figured it out, and then somewhere around noon-ish, a Shroomate in the Discord said, I think it would have been Live to Thrive, was like, stream in 9 hours. And I was like, what? What do you mean stream in 9 hours? It's Wednesday, my dudes. It's not Wednesday, my dudes. My dudes, it is Thursday. Time has lost all meaning. I've been working unusual hours this week, and I've been working longer hours this week, so I was just a little discombobulated.
It's not Wednesday, my dudes. But parent, that means we missed Yuri Day.
What is Yuri Day? Is that just Wednesday? Or are all Wednesdays Yuri Day? I don't know what that means. Or was it like International Yuri Day or something? National Yuri Day? I don't know what that's about, but you know, Gary, I'm glad this is a holiday that you have some excitement about. Sorry we missed it, man. I'm totally unawares, however. But hi! It is Thursday, my dudes! I hope all of you knew this already. Yeah. Told the roofers to show up any day but Thursday. Guess when they showed up this morning? Classic! I want you to know also, remember like 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago, I think it was, where we had to cancel some streams because they were doing weird loud work in the floor below me. Well, now they're doing weird loud work through the wall across from me. And I have to hear dial-up tones all day for some reason. I thought we were beyond the age of dial-up internet, but it's doing the dial-up noise like through the wall for me, and I don't know why. You can't hear it, because I believe my sound canceling is happening, but it's like a constant, like, it'll be like phone ringing noise, and then like line dead, no one picks up for a while, and then it does the dial-up internet noise for like 45 seconds. I don't know what it is, and I wish it would cease. I feel like there are bugs living in my mind because of it. Maybe they have gotten into the holes in my skull, but what can you do? Anyways, hi. I'm Squiiji. Today we're doing Arknights character design reviews for round 2. Feel you? Constant noise really gets at ya. It does. It does. It's psychological torture. Having to hear repetitive weird noises. If it was like a low droning noise, that'd be one thing. I think I've told you before, I have auditory processing trouble, and my brain tends to interpret noises as things they're not. So like, there's like weird things where like the brain wants to make sense of things, and because I can't hear very well sometimes, and because my processing is bad, there will be a sound and my brain's like, well, obviously that noise is actually the bass line to this Eternity Forever song. That sound of the water from the shower hitting your plastic shower curtain, that's actually the bass line of this song by Eternity Forever. Obviously, clearly. I feel like a crazy person. The fridge at my old apartment made the Mario star sound. It didn't, but that's what my brain thought it was. So confusing. This thing that's happening through the wall, I'm not actually convinced is what the noise is. I'm partially wondering if my brain is interpreting a sound of something else as being internet dial-up noises, because it doesn't make any sense. There's no logical reason, and usually I can see the object that's causing my brain to try and figure out what the sound is, the drone sound, and like put it in some kind of category, which is why I'm thinking that maybe that's not real. Who knows? Maybe I'm losing my mind. That's okay. Opposite of tone deafness. Well, let me tell you, I have a little bit of that too. I got the Shroom Fam curse. My father's side of the family is well known for being horrible singers. As heartbreaking as that is, I learned this while I was on my vacation last week. We were discussing it because I was there with my uncle who's on my father's side and like my aunt and those people, and they were like, yeah, very nice of you guys. You think your grandmom's a good singer, but she sings wildly off key in church. What can you do? Squeegee, squeegee, ooh, ooh. I don't think I'm that bad of a singer though. I don't think I'm actually tone deaf, but it's not, we're not known for being great at it in my family, and I do wonder if others may have hearing trouble like I have had, maybe. Who knows? Before critique starts, the Saber and Archer designs for HSR look great. Oh, is there a crossover with Fate going on with Honkai Star Rail? I have not seen much about that, but that's good. But yeah, Arknights time. I enjoyed your concert. Thanks, I did my best. I practiced an inordinate amount. I practiced a ridiculous amount for that. and panicked the entire way through it, and still panic in my heart realizing that that is on the internet forever. You guys can see me saying forever. I feel really tall now. Bit of trouble distinguishing notes close together, but not completely tone deaf. Yes, I definitely do. That's where I am, where I can get in the ballpark of the note, but I might not be completely right. Rotates my whole body as my head spins around and my neck snaps. But I have learned that a lot of people aren't as completely accurate as I think they are anyway. I know there's a lot of post-production that goes on to make people sound a little better. So who knows? Yes, I do have twin tails. They're temporary, it's just because I'm Miku for right now. Fate's Day Night and HSR. That's an interesting collab. Speaking of collabs, I've been enjoying a very particular collab. Oh yeah, probably more about it tomorrow, but fellas, Joby and I are getting back into Magic the Gathering. Do I still have frustration and anger in my heart for Wizards of the Coast because of some of the nonsense they get up to? Yeah. My second favorite company also to have a little bit of misgiving in my heart because of the nonsense they get up to. Square Enix, Final Fantasy. Man, they really aligned those two things just for me, to force me to get back into those. So, I am building a Final Fantasy Commander deck. Yeah, I don't have Sephiroth. I didn't pull the cards that I wanted, I didn't pull, which is fine, so I will just buy them. It is okay. But I am, boy, my two favorite companies to be mildly discontent with. Who's your commander? I haven't picked yet. I'm trying to figure out who I want. I don't know, because I don't want to do a red-green deck, but it seems like there might be some good red-green decks to be had from the Final Fantasy stuff, and it seems like equipment's gonna be really important. I don't know. I might also do a sacrifice deck with Aerith and Zac. I don't know, because for me, I care less about the deck being really good and more about the deck having a gimmick or a thing about it that I like. I don't know. I'm figuring it out still. Crossover deck? Yeah, it is a crossover. It is a crossover that I'm very excited about. I was gifted a copy of 15. Did you play it? Was it good? Unpopular opinion for me, which is that Final Fantasy 15 is one of my favorites, actually. That's one of the ones people love to hate on. People don't like 15. Which is to say, is it the best Final Fantasy game? No. The bar is really high. Final Fantasy is really good. But I really like it. It holds a really special place in my heart. So I did get a Prompto card in it, and I got a foil Prompto card, and I was like, my boy! My golden retriever. So happy. I'm so happy to have him. I got Balthier and Fran also, which are my two favorites from 12. That was good. But so those were my top picks out of what I got. I didn't really get anything too crazy out of mine. I got a good Magic card that has Sephiroth on it, but I don't remember what that one is off the top of my head now. It is okay. Refuse getting into Magic, because I know I'll have a problem if I do. Understandable. It's a very good way to sink a lot of time and money into something, potentially. And, like, I don't even have people I play with. I play with Joby, and I play with my cousin. It's, like, not like, I don't play it that much. I just like collecting things, and I like having decks, and I like having Final Fantasy merch that actually costs less than most other Final Fantasy merchandises. Right? Collab's reputation being so unpredictable because it can be random at times. What do you mean for, oh yeah, AK and Limbus collab? Oh, yeah, for games they can have such random collabs sometimes, because that's kind of how I tangented to talking about this, because Final Fantasy, yeah, fantasy. Magic the Gathering, fantasy. Alright, but Reverse 1999 and the Discovery Channel? Huh? Or what were some of the other ones we talked about that were really odd collaborations? We've seen a couple of strange ones here that I can't remember. I thought that the BTS and Disney collabs with Cookie Run Kingdom were rather odd. That was intriguing. What are some of the other ones? Fate makes sense. Anime with anime-style gacha games always makes sense somewhere to me. Yeah, Genshin and Duolingo. Wild. Genshin and its 23 KFC collabs? Huh? How have we not talked about that? I have not heard about Genshin and their KFC collabs. Reverse 1999 Assassin's Creed. I think I knew that. Yeah, Reverse 1999 did a collaboration with the Discovery Channel. And they have skins that are based on the Discovery Channel. I can't think of who has the skins off the top of my head, but I'm picturing one of them in my brain, but I don't know what the name is. Nicole has a KFC outfit? How did we get through doing the tier list for ZZZ and not talk about the fact that Nicole has a KFC outfit? Arknights also had a KFC collab? What? Huh? Arknights has collabed with Rainbow Six, Monster Hunter, WWF, KFC, and Dungeon Minchi. Interesting. Intriguing. Yeah, the World Wildlife Foundation. Yeah. Huh. Recently announced collab with company making buttons for animals that can press to play sounds so you feed? What in the world? That's interesting. Every big game in China has a KFC collab. Ah, I see. Okay, that makes sense of it. Come out with a Colonel Sanders dating sim? You guys are poisoning my mind with evil information that I don't need to know. Colonel Sanders dating sim? I will present to you a much better option for an older gentleman with silver hair and a beard today, likely, than that man. I would not date the Colonel Sanders. I would not advise it. R6 events, funnily enough, has been praised so highly that R6 players called those events stories better than the actual games? What? Oh, what? Everyone should know about that one. Also live. What about live? I am live. I am also alive. I also like the game Live Alive. These are all things, yes. The gap in quality? Aw. Christmas eat a buck of KFC under the Christmas Godzilla tree. I don't know what you're talking about anymore. They hunkified the Colonel in the dating sim. That makes it worse. It makes it worse. If you can't love him the way that he looks normally, you don't deserve him. But also, I think there's better choices than him still. Sorry. Live suggest. Oh, you're good. All is well. Also, Gengar, thank you for following. Anyways, hang on. What was in live suggestions that you were showing me? What is it? Is it related to us discussing things here? Is this Nicole's? Oh wait, so here's the collab for HSR. Here's the problem with the collabs is they just look like the characters. They just look like the characters. It's fine. It's not a bad thing. Oh, and here's Genshin's KFC collab. I would have seen Nicole in a KFC outfit because I don't know what that means. For curiosity, add any designs to live suggestions. Original artist was brought back to do them. Oh, interesting. Original artist of Fate or original artist for Honkai Star Rail? Which one? We'll say Arknights and Monster Hunter may be ending soon, given some recent controversy with an artist confirmed tracing allegation. Oh lordy. Oh lordy. Oh man. Oh boy. That shouldn't be a reason for the collab to end just because an artist has done something unscrupulous. It should be a reason to maybe replace that art or do something else with it. Like, I don't think that should tank the entire collab if that's what's happening. You know? I don't know. Joe Mine, thank you for following too. Sometimes one side collab and cross collab. Ascalon's artist. Ah, Ascalon, funny. That fella I think is here today. Maybe, potentially. I should like get us started, maybe. Would you like that? Would you like that if I started? Or would you like it if I continued yapping just ambiently about gachas? It's like early for me to get started in it. Usually it takes me like an hour, but we can get into it if we want to. We can get into it. I think the coolest collab was with the Chinese movie preservation industry. Help restore one of the first animations ever? Whoa! Actually, that's fantastic. That's actually really cool. I love hearing things where it's like a company gets into something that is so adjacent from what you would expect of them and they end up using it in marketing. Like, I love creative or unusual marketing. We mentioned last time we talked about Arknights, I think. No, it wouldn't have been. Maybe we talked about it Monday, about Argenti having a rose named after him, which, like, that's kind of fantastic to me. I love that. A partnership where we're helping do film restoration, partnerships where we're doing, like, IRL things is so interesting. It's so intriguing to me. Did Arknights collab with Sanrio? Did they really? Okay, I'll calm down. Did Arknights collab with Sanrio? That would be intriguing. I would be interested by that. Skin was modified to remove the trace portion. Oof. We had a Sanrio collab? My hair. It was supposed to be relaxing and you took my hair. Hang on, so they actually have a lot of collabs. Who's Sanrio? Sanrio, the Hello Kitty brand. That's the company that makes Hello Kitty and My Melody and Karomi and Karapi and many others that I'm not thinking. Cinnamoroll. Oh, there we go. Thank you for giving my hair back. I don't really fit in my blankie like this though. What can you do? You do. That is a lot. of collabs that Arknights has. But I guess Arknights is also one of the games will have looked at that has the longest current like runtime. What year did Arknights come out? Like 5 years old? Okay, maybe I'm lying. Maybe it's not the oldest. Is Genshin the oldest then? Goldenglow has a Hello Kitty skin? Does she really? I have to look at that because we are looking at Goldenglow. 2019. 6 years. Okay, it's the Chinese. I thought it was 2016 for some reason, but I am wrong. Genshin's 2020? Huh? Are you kidding? Is it really? Fate, technically the generation prior? COVID time dilation. Yeah, definitely. Wait, what? Did it come out during? That's crazy. Arknights is 1 year older than Genshin. Huh? Wait, hang on. Am I misremembering? Is it because Honkai Impact 3rd came out in 2016? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Where Honkai Impact 3rd came out in 2016 or something? I can't remember. Yes? Okay. That's what I'm thinking of. That's why I'm confused. That is why I'm confused. I have many dates in my head for many games I have never touched or played. For many games I've not touched or played, so they do get a little jumbled in my mind sometimes. Did you know they're making an Arknights 3D spin-off? I did! It came up a bunch during my research for today. Yeah. The more iconic is that Arknights is about a disease and the pandemic happened. Arnar. That is, I guess, true, huh? Impact 3rd is now 10 years old. Is it? Or is it going to be 10 years old at the end of this year? Either way, that's terrifying. It's me realizing, like, the game, my game that I played the most of as a high schooler was a mobile game, was Kingdom Hearts Unchained! Unchained X? What was it called? Something like that, the mobile game. And granted, that game shut down in, like, 2020 or 2021 or something like that, right? But that game came out 10 years ago? Yeah, Union Cross. Yes, that one. That game would have been over 10 years old now if it didn't shut down. And, like, I played Brave Exvius also all the way through high school, and that also just shut down recently. Games are around for a long time. It's so strange. And feels a sequel, not spin-off. Ah. Old moment. It's not old. I'm not that old. I know these games aren't that old in the grand scheme of things. Some of the Final Fantasy games are favorites of mine, and some of those games that are favorites of mine are probably older than most of you. Joby and I realized yesterday that Magic the Gathering as a game is older than us, and we were like, ah, I see. Like, there's kids in the World Pro Tours for Magic the Gathering who are, like, 10 years younger than the game itself is, which is crazy, wild. We were watching the Vice documentary. Oldest still running gacha I know is Can Cole, which is from 2013. Whoa! When is Kokapa Play from? Kokapa Play has been around for a long time, but I don't know if it's 10 years old yet. I'm sure that's got many years on it. It came out in Google 2014, so that's 11 years old. That's pretty old. Oh, intriguing. Look at all the Magic collabs, Lord of the Rings, Fallout, Warhammer. Magic is one of those series that I do actually keep some sort of tabs on. Magic the Gathering came out in 1993, I believe, so it was 20 years old 2 years ago. How's that make you feel? How's that make you feel? Actually, wait, no, that's not the math. 30 years, actually. 30 years. 3 years ago. How's that make you feel? But yeah. Ankles are popping. Yeah, it is older than me. I'm only a smidgen younger than MTG. Yeah, Joby and I as well. I thought we were older than it, but I forgot that, I got the year wrong. I got the year wrong that it came out in. What can you do? But, oog. There's no evidence that proves towards Enfield being an alternative universe spin-off, especially since the game is in the beta and subject to change. I guess people are probably expecting for it to be a game that's going to run concurrent as, you know, their current gacha game is, that they'll go the Hoyoverse route of having it be alternate universe or something, because if you made a new 3D game A sequel? Does that end the story of the current game? Like, what does that mean? That's kind of hard. You might end up, like, bookending yourself or something. I don't know. And Enfield is a clone? Oh boy. Angelina time traveled. Angelina, I think we are looking at today also by suggestion. Also, thank you all for leaving me good suggestions as to who we should look at today. There were actually so many. There were so many characters to look at, and it was really hard for me to pare them down, so I will start with the thumbnail fellas to make sure we get through all of those guys at least. And then we have to look at, I don't remember how to say her name. The girl whose name to me sounds Icelandic, but y'all, I'm not reading it right now. I can't see it in front of me. Her. She was supposed to be last week, and we did not get to her, so we'll look at her, or not last week, 2 weeks ago. Yeah, Aya, I don't know how to say her name. Effie? Tell me how to say her name when we get to her, please. Pretty please, I beg you. Just call her Aya? Okay, bet noted, thank you. I'm older than the Wii, so that's a win for me. God, I hope you're older than the Wii. What do you mean? What do you mean? Man, I hope you're older than the Wii. I hope you're older than the DS. Can search it on Google. She's named after a mountain range. Oh, bet. Okay, that would be helpful. Yeah. Arknights getting a one-sided collab with Delta Force? What is Delta Force? Is Delta Force the Miraculous adjacent show? I can't remember what that is. That sounds like that might be the one. Yeah, I don't know. Huh. Intriguing. I don't know. Gonna see Blue Poison? Unclear. We'll vote on some final fellas, but we are at least gonna see the 4 that were on the thumbnail. Let me open them, actually, as my first move. I will draw for turn, and then I will open the models we need to look at, and then I will move to my combat phase. Where is my combat phase? Hang on. I'm going to play Rubric for turn. Hang on, I opened the wrong thing. Try again. Nice attempt at a bit, e.g. What was I even looking for? Where's what I was looking for? There we go. So remember the first DS, the big blocky one that wasn't square but super angular? Yeah, I do. The non-DS Lite, yes, I do recall. We look at fashion lines in universe or alters of characters. Oh, maybe a little bit time permitting, but we are trying to focus on the main, like just the main design. It's cool at all if a character has a secondary outfit, or I forget what they're called in this, the R0, is that what it is? Or R1, Elite 2? There's so many different games that have different magic systems and different evolution systems. I can't keep them straight. Yeah, Elite. There's the E2s. It's all fine and dandy if... Pay the 1 for Ristic Study? Oh my god. Jovi and I were talking about buying Ristic Study. I'm trying to buy a vampiric tutor. We're going to try and focus on the base designs as best as we can. We might take just like a little sneak peek at some other alternate outfits, because I see that Goldenglow has a ton. Goldenglow has E2, Maiden for the Bright Night, Summer Flowers, Party in the Garden. Oh wait, that's the Sanrio one! Oh my god, wait, I love her. Goldenglow might be one of my favorites so far. Okay, we gotta focus. I gotta give my disclaimers, which means I have to open my Google document of all the things I have to say at the beginning of stream so you guys don't burn me at the stake in the comments after this live is completed. I've done a pretty good job, I think, recently. I think my disclaimers have saved me from being eaten alive by malicious worms and insects on the U of Tube. Where is my... Here? Is it here? No. Ah! Oh my god! Computer, are you okay? What's going on there? That's perplexing. Okay, there it is. My computer keeps doing this thing where it puts all my desktop icons in front of all of my everything, which is really strange and confusing. Also, I saw someone did mention that we might go to look at the, what are they, the alts for Texas and a couple others. I would like to look at them. I don't think we're gonna give them a full grade, maybe, but we will look at them at the very least. So, to move us in the direction of talking about Arknights. Hi, I'm Squiiji. I am not the end-all be-all of thoughts about character design when it comes to Arknights. I am just one character designer's... I am just one character designer, period. It is just my thoughts. I do have experience in this field. I have taught character design at university level. Don't eat me. That's my disclaimer. I'm not for eating. Disclaimer, I will miss things. I have not played this game myself. I have done research. I approached the story. I tried to learn what I could about the story, some of the regions, some of the tropes that the game seems to play off of, so that way I'm not completely uninformed. But I will miss some things, and you are always welcome to kindly let me know, whether while I'm here live, you're allowed to tell me comments, and I will try and read. Or you can tell me afterwards, because I do still like learning about things from the comments that are left on the video. I do go back and read pretty much all of them, as long as you're being nice. Be nice, please. Also, I am not a hater, by any like stretch of the phrase. There will be a mix of designs that I think are effective and ones that I think are kind of missing bits. I am being critical, but I'm not going to be unkind or unjust, and I'm going to be suggesting things that are usually to the benefit of the designs. I want everything to work. I want so badly for them to be good, which is why I present critique. Critique is offered as a kindness in art, as long as you are coming at it from a way that is not malicious and is not to degrade. So that will be my stance there on that. We are going to focus on base designs, as I said. Last time I was real harsh and I said that I don't care if a character's alt or like other art is better. I do care a little bit, but like the base should be good. That is what they're selling us on initially to get us to pull the character, so it should be strong enough in and of itself. Just based on that. Yes. So, and also because we have to focus. If I'm looking at every alternate outfit for every character, I am a yapaholic. I will not shut up given the opportunity. Don't give me the opportunity. Please make me shut up and focus. I do need to actually get through a number of characters because there were so many designs suggested to me in the comments of last stream beyond the like quantity that I've received for like any other game we've talked about, especially as far as variety goes. Usually for other games with like Genshin or Honkai Star Rail or something, people would usually be saying the same characters they want to see from me. This time it was all over the place, and I guess that's also because Arknights has so much larger of a cast than any of the other games we've looked at. I think the biggest we had looked at prior to this, as far as cast size goes, was Cookie Run Kingdom, which has just over 200 characters. Correct me if I'm wrong. Arknights is approaching 300 characters, isn't it? So it is impossible to get to all of them right now, but fear not, we will come back for a tier list where we will get to all of them across several streams at some point in time. It'll probably be in the fall, knowing with how my schedule tends to go. We'll get there at some point, but it will take a while. More than 300 by now. Fantastic. Lovely. That's a huge number, and that scares me. It'll take us a very long time to do that tier list. We'll have to see. Remind me of a professor. We get him talking about history, and he forget to hand out tests. Don't do that to your professors, shroommates. Don't do that. People, when I was teaching, because I am currently not, when I was teaching in university though, my students knew that about me and would try and do it, but you'd be surprised. When I'm teaching printmaking or teaching digital painting or things like that, I'm actually much better at staying on topic and not meandering as much because students aren't allowed to talk. I'm giving a lecture. You can't speak. What are you talking for? You can't talk right now. I'm giving a lecture. Or they're allowed to get me off topic in yapping if we're doing like a work period or something. When it's not that serious, you can get me to just yap about whatever. And I also do benefit from teaching subjects where tests don't exist. Why am I suddenly lagging? Hello? Oh, there we go. The shapeshifter, thank you for following. Yeah. Disclaimer, too long to clip on Twitch. That's okay. You don't have to clip it. Just the disclaimer. One Shroom's thoughts. Don't eat me. Be nice, and I will miss things, but you are welcome to tell me. Those are my disclaimers. Yeah. What's your thought on Arknights music? So far I've been enjoying it. There is one song that will get my video claimed, and I will have to remove it, and we will find out. But that is okay. Plus, defined duration stream doesn't. My stream isn't a defined duration. My stream goes for 4 hours. I stop roughly at 6. So, kind of the length of a studio class, just like, maybe like 30 minutes longer, maybe, kind of. Much smaller than the crit list, at least. Oh my god, you're right. There are less Arknights characters than there are VTubers designs to critique that we still have to get to. Oh lordy. You rate chat for misinforming and using inside jokes that's easily misleading. Crewmates, don't mislead me. I will get one guide. I guess that's another disclaimer. I will absolutely get one guide. Someone will jokingly say that 2 of the characters are dating, and I'll be like, yep, that's fact. I've accepted this. I'm glad for them. Good for them. They're in love. And then I see in the comments, like the next morning, it'll be like, actually, hang on. Nope. Can I have my glasses on, thanks? Actually, they're not dating. That's just that's fanon. It will happen. It'll be okay. Not gaslighting EG with ships. It's not just that. People will tell me that characters are related or that characters are clones or other things about their history that aren't real. They're things that have been headcanoned. What can you do? Amiya's not a donkey. That's true. Calcit is not an ex-wife. That's also true. We did learn those things last time. Yeah. Yes, do mention if things that you are telling me are canon or fanon. Because I don't mind if you're telling me headcanons, if there is some basis for them, if you have a reason for them. But do not mislead me. Please. Please. Don't worry, Arknights fans don't read, so we don't know it's canon anyway. There's a screenshot. I think it's from one of those other Gatcha games, but it says, you didn't bother to read. And I love it, I have it saved. I don't know what it's from, but I have it saved. It's a good reaction. Because it's all of those games that are just like, some of these games are just visual novels with like extra steps. But then I hear that people just don't read them. Why? Why are you playing it then? I don't know. Probably Limbus, we're the same. Oh, I wonder if that is what it is. It might be from Limbus Company. It's black text on white background. There's no name associated. I don't think you'd be able to figure out what it is if I showed you it. It's on my phone also, so I can't, hang on. You didn't bother to read. I think that's all it says. Oh, hang on. If I Google those words, I don't think that's gonna pull it up. Nope, it didn't. I'll show you tomorrow, maybe. Send it in Discord. Oh, you're right, I could. I can, if I have to close, hang on, I gotta find it first. I have to make my face not track if I'm gonna do that though. Let's see, where is it? Scroll back a ways. I used it not that long ago, so I'll see if I can find it. There's my snails. Hang on. Started off reading in Cookie Run, but it quickly got hard to keep up with. That's fair. Arknights is very much a visual novel. You can have it 8 minutes worth of reading before some stages. Whoa! Honestly, that's kind of impressive on some level. I like character building and world building and stuff like that. So I don't mind. I don't mind things being written that way. Okay, hang on, I found it. Let me upload this to... I don't even do that. If I put it... It's gonna put it in chatting because I don't know how to put it in the right place. Oh wait, no, I can put it somewhere. I'm gonna put it in... Chatting? My phone is not being kind. You didn't bother to read. That's all it says. I think it's from a game. I don't know what it's from. There's nothing attached to it. Did that work? I don't know. You have to tell me if that worked. Still yapping and setting up? Yeah. There we go. I did post it. You didn't bother to read. There we go. Bring my face tracking back since it's there. Seen streamers read events and they would take like 40 minutes before the first stage. See, that's the other reason why I don't think I would want to play these games on stream, because I'm a yapaholic, and for me to read all of that out loud would take so long and I would have so little time for my own input. And also games when they're voiced, I love voice acting, but I can't shut up. So I would be interrupting them and I feel like a genuinely evil person when I interrupt them. Bad. Lack of voiceover is a problem. Makes something like Reverse 1999 harder to follow. Oh, interesting, huh? Yeah, I don't know. Bagpipe? Oh, bagpipe instrumental. I see. Yeah, that's fair. If you yap on Tangent String Story, I think it's cozy vibes. Ah, I guess so. I guess since it's not auto-advancing, I could pause at least, and then speak between them. Unclear. We'll see. But anyways, why don't I actually focus? I was supposed to. Imagine that. Imagine if I focused. We're once again tangenting and talking about reading or not. Let me take us to... Ow. Hey, don't bonk. Yeah, focus. Alive to Thrive, where are the keys? I bestow the keys upon you. Please jingle them at me. at your earliest convenience. Please jingle them at me liberally. Let me put us in the classroom. Hi, we're in the classroom now. Some events that have a word count bigger than the average light novel. Learning how many words certain things are is crazy. My master's thesis is longer than half the books I read in school. For like all the way through high school even. Like not like novels, but like books you had to read for class. My master's thesis is longer than that, which is crazy. Unreal. Hereby deploy the keys of jangling. Thank you. Also, Hoshi, I did see. I'm currently dying this week, but I did see it. I did to keep it short much earlier. It's like getting a head start on a Midwest goodbye. Still takes a while, but less than it might have. Oh lordy. Oh boy. Different Rubric-chan. Yeah! New Rubric-chan! Well, not new. We saw Rubric-chan on Monday, but this week's Rubric-chan is brought to us by Blue Fire Blood. Rubric-chan is our weekly personification of the rubric that we use for grading VTuber and character designs. If you would like to draw one, there's a place you can put them in the Discord server if you like. But that's where I'm pulling all these from. Also, I realized we're gonna have to have a new extra credit because technically my current extra credit ended. We'll get to that. What did you write about? How much can I tell you about it? This is one of those tricky things, which is that I believe if you put in the exact text of what I were to tell you, you might find me on the internet as the result, because I think the exact combo of things that I researched could only point to me, unfortunately. I'm gonna do a quick Google search and then I can tell you whether or not it pulls me up or not. Okay, so I can't tell you. Sorry. I can't actually tell you what the topic was because if you search the 2 words of the topic, I am the first result because it's published. So sorry about that. What I can tell you about it though is that it did deal with printmaking and it dealt with gender identity. Those are the only things I can tell you about it, probably. Just with that, that's what like 90% of printmaking master's thesis are on, is gender identity. You'd be surprised. Community of queers, love them. But yep, that's all you get. So here is our rubric. We use our rubric when we are grading character designs to make sure that we are being as unbiased as possible, to remove any and all bias I may have. I acknowledge it is impossible to not have a bias, but I'm trying to remove as much of it as I can as possible. We're gonna be trying to be as objective as we can. Moon Trail event has 462,000 words? Holy macaroni, that's a novel. What? That's actually ridiculous. Okay. Interesting, Arknights. In Chinese, yeah, it does. 3 novels. 3 novels! Oh, my word. Okay. That's crazy. So here is our rubric. We use this to grade VTuber designs, but also character designs, because what is a VTuber if not just a very particular kind of character? We have 5 categories we can grade in: color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, concept, and motifs. To get full points in color palette, the palette should be cohesive. Interesting! Interesting! It should be interesting! Please, I beg of you, it should be interesting. Please! That's foreshadowing. Silhouette, in order to get full points, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. Should be good, positive, negative space. Foreshadowing. This game does a good job of it. I'm happy about this one for this one. For complexity versus clarity, model should be well balanced, details should support the concept, and focal points not being excessive. Designs should be plushified. Another one I can foreshadow being relieved about. All the characters in this game are designed to be funny little chibies for in the combat part of the game. So clearly they can pare down pretty well without losing the essence of who they are and what their character is. But with that in mind, I feel that some of them could definitely take a little bit more of a less is more approach. Some of them feel a little over-designed to me. We'll see. Versity takes 8 hours to listen to a full event. How does it take 2? 8 hours to listen to one event? How do you people have time for this? What? I guess if you're not doing it all in one day, but that is ridiculous. Yeah, the colors, black, white, and a color. We're gonna see more of that today, and I'm gonna continue ripping my hair out about it. I don't have hair. I'm gonna continue ripping my gills off about it. That sounds like a fish. So, complexity versus clarity. They do an okay job of it, but it could be stronger. For focal points, the focal points should be well executed. The focal points are, listen to me, shaking the bars of my enclosure. The face, the face. This is how we form a connection with the character. The eyes are the window to the soul. There can also be parts of the design that are focal if they relate heavily to lore or our understanding of the character's concept. Those things are fine. But thighs do not count. Cleavage does not count. Those things, if they are the focal point. Granted, they can still be focal. But if they are fully outcompeting everything, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's an ish. So we'll see that. We'll see that today. Then to get full points in concept and motifs, the concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive motifs. What this means is that I should be able to identify the character's defining personality traits, what their species is of animals, since most of the characters in this game have an animal associated with them, what their occupation is, what their role in the story is. Are any of these things secrets we find out later, so therefore they should be obscured from us? What is their relationship with the world they exist in, their culture, their background, those things? I should be able to tell all of that, or at least some of it, by looking at them visually in order for it to be a well-considered character design. So we'll see how well they do. Plus, on top of those things, we do also need to consider the developers' intentions for the characters, as well as the kind of game that this is as far as context goes. So this is a gacha game. So the way that they make money is you have to pull for the character. You gotta want to pull, you gotta want to roll, you gotta want to gamba. How do they make you do that? The character either has to be the meta. They have to push forward the meta. They have to be something you have to draw because you want their new mechanic, you want their abilities, you want them on your team. Something of that manner. Has to be one of the, it has to be that, or character has to be attractive. Has to be waifu, potentially. Skins, similarly, that's more in the waifu end of it. It has to be waifu or husbando. Has to be something that you look at the character and you go, I want them, they're so cute, I want to have them, I love. Those are the two options usually. So, what that means is that in this genre of games, the designers are less likely to take risks with the character design, because if they take those risks, they may not make their shmoolah. Or if they do take risks, they may be confined to 4-star or 5-star characters, where those are characters that are sort of existing to be replaced in some manner. They're not existing to be the top of the tier. Although I have heard that in Arknights, there are some completely, totally viable uses for characters that were older characters, 5-star characters, things like that, which is nice. I love to see that. And I will say that generally, this game treats the 4 and 5-star characters, the not top tier, top star level characters, with a lot of respect and a lot of dignity in a way that I don't always see. So that is something that's definitely working well here as well. An operator that's literally a cat straight up. Isn't there one that's like a stack of 3 animals? I feel like I saw that also. Rolling for 5 stars worse than rolling for 6? Huh? A 3-star still is one of the highest base attack stats? That's crazy. That's wild. I'm surprised to hear that, especially. Back just in time, it seems. Hi! Hello! Love the first part, was looking to see the second one. That was, by the way, not primary language. Don't worry about it, you're doing great! I hope you enjoy the second part. What else do I have here? Also, selling merchandise is going to be something that the developers are thinking about. They can't design characters that are impossible to make merch of, because then how do they make their money? Merchandise is one of those things that people don't think of as being a big moneymaker for companies, but selling physical merchandise, that's how a lot of, even like VTuber companies and things like that, make the bulk of their shmoolah. That's how they make their ends meet, is by selling physical goods. That's how a lot of animes make their money too, which is why piracy hurts them so much. So, character designs have to be things that you can make merch of. On top of that, the designers and the people who are in charge of the art direction know that in games, or just in media in general, I would say, the staying power of a piece of media in the public consciousness is largely dependent on the fan works that are created there of it. There's a reason why things like, Avatar, not The Last Airbender, but Avatar, the Blue People, despite being one of the highest grossing box office films, outside people who praise it for like its technical developments in CGI, is really not in the public consciousness at all, despite being, I don't know if this has been broken, but one of the highest grossing films of all time. It's because there's no fan work for it. There's some, but very, very little. Meanwhile, games like Genshin Impact thrive in the public consciousness. You're hard-pressed to meet people. All the professors that I taught with knew what it was. You're hard-pressed to find other things like that. And the reason why it thrives so much is because there's so much fan art, fan fiction, all of those things being made of them. So the developer is not going to want to discourage fans from creating derivative works by making the characters exorbitantly difficult to draw, or at least they shouldn't. Theoretically, maybe. What can you do? Word of mouth cranked up to 1,000. Yes, yes. It's testimony, essentially, which is one of the marketing strategies that is often slept on, or also often disguised. But by making fan works for something, you are showing other people that it is something that is interesting enough to be invested in a way where you will spend time out of your day to create something for it. It is something that has pulled you in enough that you want to give back to it. You want to create something for it. And then because you are creating all those works, that's free advertising for the company. The fact that you are creating fan art for them, you're putting it on the Twitter, you're putting it on the Instagram, on TikTok, wherever you put it. That's free advertising, free marketing. Makes it broader. Yeah, MiHoYo's very lenient. They even have a whole fan work like festival, which, what is that one called? It's smart, it's good marketing. So that should be a consideration for any game in general, but especially in the gacha games and the mobile games, creating characters that are not going to discourage fan works. It is something they're thinking about. I know that the developers are aware of this. Yeah, Hoyo Fair, yes. Tekotaku Save the World. Hoyo Fair is what I was thinking of. Yeah. Douyin event, some fandoms do have them. Oh yeah, wait, I saw a Douyin event. What was it for? I'm always surprised seeing, maybe it was a Cookie Run Kingdom one, where it was like an IRL event that was hosted somewhere, and then like people were posting about it on there, or maybe it was on, I can't remember. It might have been on Show. I don't remember. Whatever may have you, we're not distracted. We're talking about the considerations we have to make when we're critiquing characters from these designs. Mention characters are ways to animate them to draw. If you're 3D animating them, for sure. If you know, you know. Oh, I know. I'm a 3D modeler. I know how that goes. Toho pioneered the power of fanworks. Yes! Toho absolutely did. To the point where I don't know what's not canon anymore. But, so, those are the things we have to consider. We, observing the characters, also have to consider that this is a top-down, like, tower defense, tower offense style of game, where in the gameplay the characters are represented by chibis, so therefore the splash arts, or like the full body arts, full scale arts we're seeing, look very different than the chibis do often. But that's okay. They're used for different parts of the gameplay. So, general thoughts I had. We're gonna rehash a couple things that I had said last week just really quickly. And yeah, we are almost an hour in, but that's normal for me. It usually takes me a while to get into it, and I gotta get through all of my preamble. The usual Age preamble. So, I did browse through every single character in the game. I saw every character in the game, if only briefly, if only quickly. I saw all of them. I flipped through all of them on the wiki. I didn't look at their outfits, but I at least witnessed them. And here are the general sort of like sweeping trends I had witnessed. We saw a lot of this 2 weeks ago when we talked about the first half of characters. We're gonna see more of it today. General trends. First up, silhouettes. Killing it! The silhouettes are killing it! I'm so happy. The designers love to give the characters unique hairstyles, horns, ears, clothing shapes, all these things. I got such a stale feeling looking at many other gacha style games because they have such similar silhouettes and they really don't do that much different with the hair and hair accessories and things like that. But this game breaks the trend. I'm so happy. The head silhouettes are fantastic and are often carrying. They all have vastly different like shape design. It's so good. So that first tick in their benefit. It's great. Also, there is a lot of really naturally integrated asymmetry in their designs, my biggest critique, especially of the 3D gotcha mobile anime games, is that so many of the characters are just completely symmetrical, aside from maybe their bangs in their hair. And it feels A, unnatural, and B, from a character design standpoint, it's kind of lazy. So, asymmetry. But it's not just shooting! It's naturally integrated! It's good! Integrated? What is up with the word integrated? Does that mean something to you? Poyo and its default 3 models. Yeah, I could complain about that, but we're not going to right now. I wish they would have a little more variety, mayhaps. But, yes, so there's natural asymmetry, which I'm very happy to see. Also, the artists make a really fantastic use of value range. In a lot of other games, or even like art styles that I see, they really go for this light, ethereal, pastel aesthetic, and they wind up having such low contrast that it gets in the way of readability sometimes. But not here. The clarity is good, usually. Sometimes the way the values are distributed can take away from the clarity, but often I am very happy to see that there is a full range of values. We don't have characters that are just locked into mid-tone and lighter. We get full spot blacks, and we get all the way to colors that are pretty much as bright as white, which is fantastic. We love to see that. For clarity, however, this is where things start to break down just a little bit, which is that some of the characters do feel a little bit over-detailed or over-rendered in their splash or live 2D art. They got too many belts, too many bags, they got special effects, there's like texture varieties. Don't get me wrong, I love texture in an illustration. But sometimes it feels just a little overwhelming to me, so that's something to bear in mind. And then, on top of that, their chibi in-game sprites do prove that a lot of these details are just unnecessary to us having a good understanding of the character. They aren't important. They're just there to give us that illusion of more detail equals more better, to fill up space so that we feel like to spend money on these characters more worth it. So I wish some of the characters were just maybe a little more pared down. I see you guys talking about Thorns. We are looking at Thorns potentially today. I don't know what thornification means, but I think we are looking at Thorns. Thornification's so good, Thorns himself. I don't have any clue what you guys are talking about at this point. Shruminated? To shruminate is to ruminate. That's a different word. Don't? You'll learn eventually. Are you keeping secrets? Fine, keep your secrets. Put the character art in the profile? Question mark? So the over-detailed art has a purpose? Huh? What? We look at Asbestos? We will. Asbestos is on the, is on the thumbnail, so we will absolutely be looking at Asbestos. Even if in game they're less detailed. Kind of Arknights splash art edits where they plaster Thorns' face on other characters. Oh, okay. Interesting. Why? We can talk about that when we get to Thorns, but that's intriguing. Why are they doing that? Slapping the head on every operator? Head pose fits everything? Uh-huh, okay. Why not? Okay, that's fair. Why not? Why? Go for it. If it's fun, then go for it, because he's hot. Okay, that's the answer, isn't it? That is the answer, isn't it, huh? I was informed that he is one of the more popular male characters in the game. Maybe I should put him on the thumbnail. So, there we go. Next statement. This has to do with focal points. Almost all of the girlies have their thighs out, which combined with the darker, more brooding color palettes, it makes the thighs so distracting. They're so distracting. I want to buy all of them sheer tights because they just like glow like a beacon in the darkness. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against thighs. I'm not anti-thigh. It's just the contrast is too much. Put a little bit more drop shadow there, tone it back just a little bit. The thighs can still be on display, but it's just a little too bright. The contrast is too much and it's screwing up the focal point. Not fantastic. Also, the general trend I noticed is that a lot of the most popular characters feel kind of samey. We talked about this pretty at length the last time we talked about Arknights. But that's because safe character design works. It works for a reason. They make those safe choices that end up being kind of samey because they work. It's the classic semi-bland but ever functional black, white, one color or fully monochromatic palettes. It's hard to fail a color palette that way, but they're just not interesting. Furthermore, the color that they use when they pick a color for that is usually red or blue, sometimes rarely green or yellow, maybe, but the breadth of colors is really small. So that might be one of my stronger critiques for this game, is that other games have much broader color palettes. By having a more concise color palette, they do create sort of an amount of harmony within their game. They create a specific style for their game, but it feels just a little repetitive sometimes. And especially when you have a cast as big as 300 plus characters, having your range of colors that limited does make me feel like I've seen the same character 2 or 3 times. One of the characters that was suggested I look at today, Surtur? Surtur? I think that's how you say it. I looked at and thought it was one of the characters we looked at last time, because it was the same distribution of colors as I have seen several times before in characters in this game, where the red is in the same locations, the black is in the same locations. So I was visually confused, and that's not a good move. We talked about that in Marvel Rivals with the blonde-haired, blue outfit white girlies, who from a distance are visually indistinguishable to some degree. Characters should be a little more distinct, maybe in that manner. Plus, none of the popular characters that I'd seen, I think Thorns is the only exemption. I think Thorns might be the only one. There's only maybe a handful of characters who have a complexion that is darker than mine, and that's like not much of a bar at all. I'm pretty pale. There's like a handful of them. The characters are overwhelmingly pale. The hair is usually black or white. The girls mostly have similar length in hair, at least the popular ones do. And the concept or occupations are just a little more obscured for the more popular characters, which is unfortunate. So those things are unfortunate, but having said all of those things, the fact that I was a little disinterested by 6 stars, there are some ones that I found interesting, and there are way more that I'd found interesting that were 4 or 5 star characters, which I think is where they were taking more of their risks, which was nice. I was down for that. Like, some of the characters don't feel purposefully under-designed because they're lower in stars, so I appreciate they're being treated with dignity. But there's so much more variety than I expected from other characters. There were furries, there's fully armored operators, more variety in the color palettes, more body type variety, palettes that contain 2 colors even, which is crazy, in the lower star ratings. So I was very happy to see that. Yeah, so that's the bulk of my thoughts getting started here. Those were all the things that I wanted to make sure I said before we get started. Fully armored, you got my attention? Yeah, there's a couple of them. I don't know if I'm talking about any of those ones particularly today, but they're there. And I will say, I think Asbestos is partially armored. I can't remember. We'll see. We'll look there. Actually, true, some of the more interesting characters to use are lower rarity. Yeah. 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 One fully armored operator. Wait, there's only one? I was talking about there's like mech operators too. There's like little things that are like funny little machines, aren't there? I feel like I saw that. Asbestos is a coat. Oh, okay, it's a coat. I see. There's a few that are fenders. Ah, I see, I see. Let's see, is my music not playing anymore? Oh, it did pause. There we go. So, Mudrock is almost fully armored. 2 fully armored, then the robots. Ah, I see. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Rainbow Six, are those the ones that are related to the Rainbow Six Siege thing, maybe? I'm intrigued. Hang on. So let me find my starting fellas here. Ooh, Arknights. Who was I starting with? I think I was starting with... I'll open a couple of them, so I just have them at the ready. But Thorns was going to be making an appearance. Skadi was making an appearance. Also... Goldenglow, Hellagur, and Angelina and Asbestos for sure. I want to open Bryophyta because I like the colors also, but we can choose who we're looking at. Did that not work? Did it only open one of them? You jerk. Oh, you jerk. That's okay. We'll go through them one at a time then maybe as a result. Never mind. Anyways, we'll start with Goldenglow. I'll open them separately. GG. Thanks. Thanks. Wish me luck. Nami's watching. Stay calm. I don't know who that is. Nami character. Is that the artist? Or what do you mean? GG. Oh, Goldenglow. Wait, you guys did this to me last time. You guys did that to me. You guys did that to me the last time. The last time I thought you guys were congratulating me on making good picks for characters to look at, and you guys, or no, that wasn't it. It was you guys typing W for one of the other characters, and I thought you were complimenting me and putting W's in the chat, but you weren't. This is the second time this has happened. Her magnum opus is GG? Really? Interesting, okay. She's made 3 characters. Nami's her mother, her artist. I didn't know that. Intriguing. So, Yuzuki and Pepe, okay. So, I looked at her longer than most of the other characters that we're going to look at today because I was forming my cold read of her. You guys get to tell me how accurate I am in my cold read. Because I do think I picked up on some things that are going on here that are kind of interesting. So she is pink. She is, question mark, a dog? Not an especially dog-like tail, but definitely dog ears without a shadow of a doubt. So I'm gonna say dog. Cat-like tail, however. On top of that, I was noticing her interesting pocket she is wearing here. It's like a hairstylist's little apron. She's got a tag on, so it seems like she might be working some sort of profession where she needs to make it clear who she is at all times. She has a staff that has one of those like static, what do you call these balls? I can't think of it. It's not Tesla coil. That's a very different object. It's the ball. It's the ball that has you touch your finger to and it shoots little purple things to it. Which is very cute. Yeah, is it called plasma ball? Tesla coil? Is it a Tesla coil? I thought a Tesla coil was something else. Is that right? No, it is a Tesla. Is it? Hang on. No, a Tesla coil is this thing. Maybe it's using a Tesla coil inside of something, but yeah, plasma orb or plasma globe. Tesla coils like shoot purple lightning into the sky and they look like a little coil. Has a coil inside? No. Maybe it does. I am not an expert on these objects, but definite lightning or thunder or energy, electricity motif happening here where, you know, you've got a cute repeating pattern of it on the headband. Interesting that there's a magnet here too. I guess we are doing elements that like electromagnetic maybe. You've got a cord, you've got a spool of wire. The way that she's holding her staff is very interesting too in that like we've got all these like battery and charge functions on it, but she's got this sort of rubber grounded like handle to hold it by, which maybe makes things safer for her, which is interesting. Intriguing. Sunny CI, thank you for following also. Finally caught you live, hello. She's a hairdresser. Yeah, wait, so I do have I think that's my cold read. As far as personality goes, she seems like she is going to be somebody who is like chipper and friendly, but maybe a little bit reserved. She seems like she might be a little shy. So those are my guesses for cold read. As far as role in the story goes, that tends to be a little bit harder to guess because I don't know the story well enough, especially as to where she appears. And I know some characters don't have a huge role in the main story, maybe. Spot on? Okay. Did I miss anything? Oh, she's a cat. Okay. Scottish fold cat, hairdresser with electricity abilities, can control them, sometimes goes haywire. She's British. Will continue due to word limit. Bet. Sad cat is cat, not dog. Okay, I can see that. She does look like a Scottish fold cat, and I can see that. It's just that's not typically what I'm used to seeing from a cat. We tend to associate the flopped ears with dogs in design often, but the tail does make sense. I went the opposite direction. I focused too hard on the ears and was like, she's clearly a dog, but the tail's weird. No, it's the tail, she's clearly a cat, but the ears are a little bit unusual or atypical is what I might expect. Hi, Almontas, I see you rotating my skull. What are you doing? Been out of it for a while. Arknights story ignores a lot of characters for the first year. It was grunts. Oh, oof, okay. So many people mistook her for one when she was teased. No! When Nami was under NDA, it was furious people called her a dog. Oh no! Oh, that's so misfortunate. I mean, I can definitely see it, but it is tough. When you are working in mediums, especially like anime-styled art, everything has to be, you know, created almost into a symbol of what it once was. This is not a pipe situation. This is not a cat. This is almost a symbol of what a cat may be. And you have to rely on your viewers having a big enough inventory inside their mind they can draw things from. Yeah, visual shorthand. I've called it that before also. They have to have a big enough repertoire of things they can reference in their mind to get that kind of reference. Where, you know, in shorthand, we will assume flop down rounded ears, dog. rounded, like cylindrical tail that does not taper, stays more or less the same length all the way down. Cat. So it is tough when you're trying to do something where you're defying that, and you can do everything right, but people will still unfortunately misunderstand it, and that is fine. I would say that I don't see any issue with the way this is designed to be a cat, with that given, because it looks exactly like a Scottish fold. It's just sad we may have to correct people on that being the case. But hopefully, now that people know, people who are aware of it, maybe will be less likely to make that mistake in the future. Now, people having known that there can be options for cats to have flopped down ears will pay closer attention in the future. Maybe I will be less likely misled down the line. Maybe. Unclear. Scottish folds aren't really seen in mass media. That too, also, which I think might also be related. If it was a dog like a Chihuahua, which might have an ear shape that we could recognize as being similar to a cat ear shape also, I could see that as being something also confusing, but I think Chihuahuas are much more in the public consciousness. That might also be why it wouldn't be mistaken, potentially. People thought she was a pig? Okay, those people weren't looking with their eyeballs. Not a pig. A pig wouldn't have a tail like that. Everything's too furry. No, 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 no. Use your eyeballs, please. What are you doing? I'm rotating your skull. I thought it was clear. Okay, you know, you were very clear. That's fair. I was more so an ask of, how are you? This is a cat, yes. There's a Chihuahua character. Interesting. Interesting. Can't read or see. Clearly blind. Rip. Good efforts. But I hope that once people found out, they didn't complain too much about it, at the very least. I don't think the teaser we had showed her tail. I would guess that that also maybe didn't help, potentially. She's just a civilian in the story who was caught up in all the bad things happening in her nation at the time. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know if I would have guessed that she's an ordinary citizen, because she is dressed in a way that's not too dissimilar from the other characters that are involved in more official business, where she's got the techwear styled coat. But maybe her shoes are much more casual, so maybe I believe that. I will give this game props for giving the girls very believable shoes for fighting in. Like, I could fight in my Converse. I could kick some booty in my Converse. Most ops are normal people. Ah, okay, interesting. Well, just finished a nice long run in the nice, cool, checks notes, 90-degree weather. I have not stepped outside today, and I will not be doing so. I am postponing. I touched a lot of grass last week, so I don't have to touch this grass this week while it's horrible out. I'm postponing my grass touch until when I will not melt into a miserable little puddle on the pavement. I live in a city. Everything is awful here. It's so hot. Cat ear, short point, dog ear, long point. I do wonder if... Let me look at a Scottish fold just real quickly. Let me absolutely gork the spelling of the word Scottish also. Oh. I think it's the thickness of the ear that might be also what is pushing us to think dog, potentially also. When I'm looking at these pictures of the Scottish fold, it is a regular, like, cat ear. Cat ears are very thin. I think we associate them with being thin. So, like, if the ear... Let me see if I can even figure out how I would draw that. But, like, this ear feels like it has a lot of thickness to it. And I think that might be part of the reason why we're misinterpreting it. If the ear didn't feel like it had all of that depth, like when I say thickness, like this span, whoops, hang on, let me read. This span here and the span that is here makes us read the ear as being that thick in material or in fluff. When Scottish fold ears seem like they're very thin and they do still have a little bit of fur on them. And I'm wondering if that might be it. Yeah, just maybe just a little too much floof. But that's such a hard thing to balance because to design a character in this sort of anime style, it yearns for soft, rounded, exaggerated things. So I'm certain that this is a circumstance of exaggeration. But I do wonder if, like, just, we don't need this inner line here. What drawing implement am I using that's currently not working? Hello? There we go. And then if I could see that this line is coming... Ooh, all my brushes are really big for some reason. Nope. The pen is huge. Like, if I could see that it's coming like that... Oh, that's, like, awful. Everything's so pixelated, but, like, if it was, like, that, where I can see that the ear is creating much more of a fold. I wonder if that might help just a little bit. Looks like it's flopping over due to weight. Yeah, it looks like it's flopping over due to weight and not due to... I don't know why Scottish fold ears do that, but I wonder if that might be all it is. I wonder if the eyes were more cat-like, if it would fix it too. That's true. The irises are very tall, but even if it was just like a slightly more vertical pupil... I don't think I selected the right fully dark color. That might be something else that would help a little bit too in reading of cat, but honestly, I'm still not even sure if that's pushing it all the way. I will say, in an unusual EG move, usually I have complaints about yellow as an eye color, but right now it's not bothering me. Usually I'm critiquing golden eyes for not being as focal as they could be, but right now, because the skin tone is so red in undertone to me, the skin tones usually are much warmer when they're combined with golden eyes, therefore the contrast is lower and the eyes don't pop as much. But the undertone of this skin tone is all the way in like, here if I go like this, I can show you. Whoop. There we go. It's all the way in this range, so there's enough distance. Usually we're getting gold tone for eyes and then skin tone like that. Her skin undertone is really red, it is much cooler, so therefore it does provide a lot more contrast, which is good. Couldn't think of a better eye color for her. I feel like green wouldn't be bad for her, or like a turquoise or something, but yellow is a common eye color for cats, and I do have to say that every single Scottish fold here that I'm seeing, in just a brief Google search of Scottish fold, has gold eyes pretty much. Like every single one, more or less. There's a couple that have blue, but like really, really pale blue, so maybe that could have been also an option. But the gold eyes seem to be something that is also related to the species that we have going on here. Yeah. Ears are pointed out to the sides instead of front. Would it make it feel less dog-like? Ah, that could also be true, because I'm also seeing, like, just looking at pictures of Scottish folds. Let me open one. They look so silly. I love these little guys. Their eyes are so wide. Yeah, to break this down, granted, yeah, gold eyes, slit pupil, but the ears, if I trace the shape of them, are shaped... Can I have a drawing implement, maybe? There we go. Like, they're hitting sort of this flat plane on top, but they do come out to the side, sort of importantly. So they hit this flat plane where they're pointing forward and they come down, and they do have that fluff inside of them. They don't seem to flop over as much as we're seeing there. And they do sort of poke out to the sides more. They're not sitting forward and flopped over. They kind of point out. So maybe that would have been enough to push it in that direction potentially. And they do seem kind of stressed, the cats themselves. By the way, curiosity, this was the character they used to say Arknights is over-sexualized? Wait, hang on, really? This one? This girly? For real? Ah, I see somebody else say it. I'm glad that I learned that that was just a meme and people were like clowning, because this game is not. It really isn't. The characters are very covered up, I would say. Very demure. Oh, lordy, have mercy. She's got her wrists out. How dare they? Just got a little bit of thigh, too. Like, it's not that much. Yeah, clown on him. I think clown on him is valid in this circumstance. That's wild to me. I feel like there are characters that could be used for an example for that, but that's crazy. Her E2 is the stress phase. Oh, no, poor girly. She don't deserve it. Garter belts, how lewd. Yeah, I know. That's such a tame thing in the realm of character design, especially in anime-styled character design. What can you do? Teach you can't show her? Yeah, sorry, Twitch TOS violation, girl. Cover those wrists up. We have to be fully puritanical around here. Can't see nothing. Replies perfect. Fashion show posted the most clothed characters. But I mean, even if they posted the least clothed characters, I feel like it's... Any game is permitted to have a balance. You can have a range of them. I know that people clown on, what is it, Nike? I don't remember how you're supposed to say that. I forget every single time. They clown on that one because most of the characters are pertaining to that angle. That and, what is the other one? What's the boat one? Azure Lane? But they also, in their animations, are telling us that that's what they're about. Meanwhile, this game, I don't think that's their intention. Thornify. I do have Thorn. I could put his head on here if you really wanted to. Nikkei. Yeah, I see, yeah. Everyone pretended Utag skin wasn't real? Huh? Yeah. Even Arknights swimsuits mostly on the tame side. I know! I thought so! I saw the swimsuits for a couple characters we looked at a couple weeks ago, and I was, like, pleasantly surprised that they are swimsuits that I could see real human girls wearing. Saying human makes it sound weird. IRL women would wear swimsuits like that comfortably and not feel like they are being objectified by it and not feel uncomfy in it, and, you know, can feel hot wearing a nice little swimsuit situation, but there's some that are just uncomfortable and strange that I've seen in other places, and Arknights, I think, has done a good job of making that not the case. Like, I give them props for the fact that sneakers! Or, like, shoes that are flat and not heeled for combat. It's so nice. So, we kind of got distracted there. So that was on the concept end. Conceptually, I think I've gotten everything I need to from her. As far as colors go, she's another one of the characters that I'm very happy to see has a variety of color just miscellaneously throughout it in a very natural manner. So this is props to the artist also as well, is that we aren't just dealing with black, white, one color. There is a lot of black and a lot of white in the palette, but notice the black isn't just black. The black has purple and blue and other colors and the highlights and shadows of it. This color, if I sample it, is not just full grayscale black. It is a very subtle blue undertone. And the undertone changes. This is a purple undertone up here. This is a blue undertone down here. If I draw on top of her, we can see it. If I draw it out to the side. See that undertone shift? We read this as being the same color from a distance. We don't doubt that this is the same object. There's better variety. Yippee! And then also on top of that, the hair, we've got the biggest, flattest plane of this pink around the head, which does make the head pretty focal. I do wish maybe that some of these more saturated pinks that are happening down here around the sleeves were happening up around the head, because I think that that would help to make the face even more focal, potentially. But just like, maybe if we just like tucked it into some of the corners of things, doesn't need to be everywhere, but just maybe a little bit of it could go a long way. And then I have just the slightest clarity thing with some of these overlaps because the hair isn't as shaded as the rest of the body is in some places. So that's kind of minimal. And there's yellow, there's blue, there's multiple colors. Yay! And we have included a color, blue, that is only appearing in 2 or 3 very small areas. It's appearing in her little talisman that floats here in her bow, without those becoming the focal point. So that is very well done. It's minimal enough in its execution that it's not too distracting to us visually. And the yellow, despite mostly appearing in the lower body, isn't as distracting as it could be, but I will say, what's the focal point? Where do your eyes travel through this? How do your eyes travel through this? Tell me, what are your thoughts? I told you some of my thoughts on it, but tell me yours. And I'm also going to thank Forsaken Droplet and Pulse Slapper for following also. We review her E2. We can look at it for a second, but I'm not gonna super review it. Socks. Down, yellow, thighs. Okay, do you know why that's occurring? The reason this is occurring, we have big, bright shapes in yellow. This is the biggest area that yellow is occurring on this, and the angle of them are pushing us to look down. Secondarily on top of that, white, the brightest color in this illustration, happens in the greatest quantity in the legs also. And then on top of that, the darkest color in the illustration, the darkest value, which is the black of the skirt, is right against the really bright pale color of the thighs, and then it's right on top of the bright white. So we are going to naturally end up looking here, unfortunately, to some way. So Noisy's eyes got confused. That's the other thing. So there is a lot of visual noise happening up here. And I say noise, there's just a lot of detail happening. In the headband, there's a lot of detail happening in the skirt and the jacket, especially in the weapon. The weapon is really detailed. But the legs have an amount of contrast because they aren't as detailed. They're more simplified. They don't have as much texture in them. There's not as much variation. And usually we can use that to push something back and make it less focal. But that only works when most of things are less detailed and one thing pops because it's the unique element by having so much detail. Here, everything else is super detailed. These are less detailed. They're the one thing that sticks out. in that manner, so it does make us look to the legs. The legs are an area of rest. Yes, they are. Yeah. So, I think this might be one of those circumstances where we may want my favorite thing, which is the sweeping gradient, just to push it off of the legs, because that is going to be something that, you know, for as much as we're critiquing this, and it may sound like we're making critiques of the art as it was drawn, these are critiques of the design itself. Let me paint this over here a little bit. Because through the way that we're toning things, even when we pare down into the chibi, that would still be present. The brightest whites being in the largest area of the legs against the darkest blacks would still make the legs so focal, even if we're not considering art style or art at all here. So even in the chibis, I would imagine this is happening. So what I am doing is I am just pushing the legs back. We're just making the white less bright, reducing the value. Yeah. Watch the thigh respectfully, yeah. Arc thighs, somebody was saying earlier. Funnily enough, the other white is her chest. It is, isn't it? Cool, it made stripes by default. Was curious if that would help with the stockings. Who's this complicated diva? This is Goldenglow. GG. Hellagur's theme. Okay, maybe we'll do him next since it's his theme. But as far as focal point goes, she's not fully succeeding. And this super bold pattern on her headband should also be doing a lot to make us look to her face. And it's being outcompeted. So we're gonna make it be less outcompeted by pushing back some of these elements that are happening down here. That might be good enough. I might even crank that just a little more. And I picked a cool color because the upper part of the design is much warmer with the pinks. So if we push it into cool tones, we'll focus more up here. Yeah. She's not a dog. People are saying pup ears. She is a Scottish fold cat. I can see that this is definitely an issue that permeated extensively. Have you listened to any of their voice lines while you've been reviewing them? I have not. I really have not. I could, but I feel like if I ever play the game, I'll end up finding out. The VAs are really solid, help embody the character a lot. I recommend listening to a couple of them. Intriguing. Also, she's not a pig. She's not. So, after those considerations about color and about focal point, silhouette. She's got a decent silhouette. Having some dangling objects off the bottom edge of her skirt is good for it. Her ears help. The fact that her hair is totally asymmetrical with the braid being on one side, she does kind of have the dead mom braid. A little concerning. I hope she survives. But her hair has decent silhouette. Her jacket, going into sort of the A-line skirt, isn't the most standout silhouette on Earth, but the fact that her shoes have been designed up a little bit so that they add to the silhouette, her tail hanging lower, straps dangling off, those are things that are helping out. The fact that her sleeves are also cropped just below the elbow as opposed to at the wrist, I think is a good consideration as well. So while she may not have the most unique silhouette out there, it's not bad by any means. Then on top of that, she is also another character that is subtly asymmetrical. I think her silhouette is going to be completely symmetrical as far as I can tell, other than just slight differences in her hair. But because there's enough just subtle asymmetry throughout her, I feel like I'm not as bugged by it, where, you know, you have the scissors versus the clips. She's got a clip on one side of her headband, her hair's down on one side. Ooh, my throat is doing something really funny. Hang on, I gotta mute myself so I can cough for some reason. What's happening there? That was strange. Don't know, my throat just did there. I'm out of practice. I went away for a week and my body is like streaming. What is this? I love the skirt. You can see something with a bow? What are you talking about? Oh, is there a bow on the tail? Is that what you mean? Interesting. Pepe bonk them? Me? No. I am okay. T-poses. See, I'm at the pinnacle of health. I'm T-posing. Could I do this? If I wasn't okay, could I do this? She is very symmetrical though. I will also do a ladder test on her. Let me move her over. Oh, look, I can hang out with her while we do ladder test. Hang on. Whoops, I just tried to move her like Blender. I have done nothing but 3D modeling for like 30 hours this week, probably. So I'm gonna keep trying to navigate in Clip Studio Paint like I'm navigating Blender. It's gonna be okay. We will survive. We'll get through it together. And I'll probably not open Blender for like 9 days in the near future. Recycle me, please. Thank you for following. That's a good name. Thorns theme? Emperor Blazer? Pretty for skirt. Oh, looks squeezable. Do not squeeze the Eej. My name may sound like Squeeze-y. I'm Squeiji. Squeezy. Don't squeeze me. It hurts. It hurts my bones. Oof, ouchie, no. Here, let me do ladder test. So, what is the ladder test, you may be asking me? The ladder test is something that we do to determine if a character has an interesting division of vertical space across the character. Oops. Designs that don't feel kind of stagnant. Oh, I'm short down here. Easy peasy, EG squeezy. No, don't EG squeezy. I'm not 11. Do not. Lagging? Uh-oh. Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, it is giving me some sort of warning. Interesting. Is Twitch lagging too? Oh no! Refresh maybe? YouTube is not receiving enough video? What? YouTube or Twitch, are you guys lagging too? Not lagging. What? Okay. If you are having trouble, you could pop over to Twitch temporarily if it's not going through, if you're trying to view it. Twitch is not lagging. I hope you can hear me. Sad, I can't believe the T-pose crashed the stream. No! Seems fine here, okay. Oh no, get the doctor! What happened? Too powerful! I'm sending you messages in the chat. I don't know how to save you all. Closure, fix it, okay? Yeah, I don't know. Mizuki, get the Wi-Fi? Are you guys calling upon the powers of the Arknights themselves to save us? Intriguing. No, T-pose was too powerful for YouTube. I will say, I have been lagging an unusual amount today too. Don't know what's going on with that. Goldenglow shorted out the land chip again? Oh no, Electricity Girl has shorted us out. No! Ben Haven, thank you for following. It's lag day. No, lag day was 2 weeks ago when Twitch was entirely down during one of my streams. Ashen Nav, thank you for following. My hair is doing wibbly wobbly, that is true. So, refresh. Okay, we back across the design. So, what we do, we place vertical sides for the ladders on the left and right of the character, and then we draw a rung every time there's a major point of contrast in the design. Contrast could be color, it could be shape, it could be silhouette, it could be many things. We back but like 5 minutes behind. Oh, whoopsie. Or probably not 5, just like behind to where it started lagging out. It's probably catching you up to the present, maybe, if I would imagine so. So, her shoes are creating lines, the bottom of that little, like, I don't even know what to call it, the little Robin Hood-esque flop over. I wish I knew what the name was for that. GG's theme in the background? Oh, fantastic timing, huh? Like 2 seconds. There we go, perfect timing. Yeah! We got her song, and she's here. So I'm not gonna count the tail, because that's not where it would normally hang, but we have the ends of these little danglies. We have the top of her thighs. What are you, why can't I think of this word? Thigh highs or socks? Why did I lose that word? Got the bottom of her jacket, her skirt. This belt is creating a visual division for me. Bottom of her sleeve would create one like here. The top of her, the black part of her skirt. This sort of thing going across her chest. Her hair on one side of her. Top of her shoulders and her necklace. Her choker, her chin, her eyes, which is the same line as her bangs. Her headband, both lines for it, and then like the top of her head. So then, when I hide this, I want to see a ladder that could be not something potentially climbed at all. Ooh, did I draw that on a layer I drew other things on? I may have. What are your thoughts? I saw somebody threw a climbable ladder at me. Make your offerings of ladders to me. I would appreciate them. I've not had ladders in several days. I hunger. My heart yearns for more ladder. It has been empty without. Luna FM, thank you for following. What are our thoughts on ladders here? Is this a climbable ladder? Ouch. So you're saying climbable. I see Rex has said climbable. Conrad has said climbable. I would attempt to climb this. If someone gave me this ladder, I would report them to OSHA. Okay. So, ouch. Thank you, Riku. Adonchion also. So, we seem a little split about it. Ah! Ah! Fox Eye Valkyrie and Junius, thank you for following also. Not climbable, not every rung. Okay. So, this is showing part of the reason why the legs become focal is that there's a similar level of detail and contrast as far as the layout goes, all the way across the upper part of the design and down in the shoes, but the legs have this big moment of rest, so that does make us focus there even further. And these are kind of climbable steps. They're very evenly spaced. Some of these are a little bit evenly spaced. There's a little bit of asymmetry, but I would say this is just on the side of passing. I would say this is a dangerous enough ladder that it would not be climbable, but we have seen some much more dangerous ladders before historically. So I think this could be stronger, but it's not bad, and I would give it a pass, perhaps. Where are all what all was the stuff I was doing? Not that. I don't know what half the edits I've made were at this point, but there we go. Could use it and be unhappy. Yes. It is a ladder that OSHA would... They would eye you with cautiously and probably not be thrilled about what you're attempting to do. Every ladder's climbable if you're not scared. That's not true. I see you guys are all coming to the same conclusion about that. No, we should fear climbing ladders. It doesn't matter whether or not you personally are scared of it. It matters whether or not OSHA themselves would come after you for it. That's the difference. So, color palette. The color palette is, let's see, I gotta figure out where I'm gonna take some of the points off, because focal point, it is pretty much almost entirely not the face. There's like 4 different levels of things that are making the focal point the legs. But the color palette, just the colors in and of themselves and the choices made, we're not having clarity problems as a result of them. The color choices with the pink and the black and the white that have variation in the color undertone are all very nice. The fact that it's blue and pink and yellow, and not just one color, is enjoyable as well. There's more variety in the hair color. So I'd probably give it full points for that. I don't want to grade too harshly on all the things that are taking away from the focal point outside of that. So, Triangle Trust also. Did I get everyone? There's a couple fellows who trickled in who I think may have appeared from YouTube. But concept motifs, I think I'm picking up all the things. Well, actually, fellas, it is gonna have to impact the grade that even viewers just popping in for a second thought that she was a dog, which is unfortunate because we're doing most of the right things, but I do have some suggestions that could potentially make it clearer that she's not a dog. So I do think I have to take a little bit off for that, unfortunately. No, not your bad. Yeah, no, you're good, you're good, you're good. Yeah, she's not a dog. I will not summon her. That would be really embarrassing for me. I don't need to be observed. I was observed by someone when we did, was it Cookie Run Kingdom? Like a community member people knew appeared, and I was fearful. I was like, oh lordy. For silhouette, the silhouette is okay. It's not perfect, but I would say it's pretty good. I want a little more asymmetry that's affecting the edges, and I would like the ladder to be a little more dangerous, but it's not bad. It's not blob-like. I think it stands out well enough. There's enough interesting considerations being made that I think it's fine. Core 81 Alpha, thank you for following. She is not a pig. This is false. Stop saying she's the wrong animal. It's not true. Lexi versus Clarity. The points I took off for this, I think, are being taken out here. I would say that I don't really have any trouble reading the elements of her design visually, so I think that is okay. So I'll give her full points for that. And I think this will be the grade. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. Not bad. My prediction for her was an 8, so I think she's pretty close. I tend to make my little predictions for the thumbnail based on just like a brief look without actually doing any tallying. I was pretty close. Depression Cat 2, Electric Boogaloo. Who's Electric Cat 1? Still good, just the weakest. What is still good, just the weakest? Oh, out of the music. Is that what you're talking about is music. I see. Jessica. Why are you all saying that? What? Who's Jessica? Was that the person who appeared before? I don't know what we're discussing. Oh, the other sad cat is Jessica. That's what you're saying. Cat with depression. Oh, so there is definitely a delay happening right now, I think. Isn't there? Intriguing. Okay. So, Goldenglow. Next. Who do I want to look at next out of our base 4 that we have to look at? Asbestos is right here. So maybe I open Asbestos real quick. Asbestos is right here. Just right here, ready at the top. Here's Asbestos. Jessica also has cool 6-star though. Ah, I see. Might as well do Thorns. Thorns will probably happen today since you all seem very excited about Thorns. But I do want to look at Asbestos because when I was looking through the character designs of the game, when I was really like flipping through them, just going through as many as I could to just get a sense for it, she was a standout to me. Asbestos really stood out to me. And I think the reason why is because I enjoy this particular interpretation of, this is definitely like a backpacker, like adventurer, like mountain climber situation. But somehow we've made a skirt that doesn't feel impractical for it. We're wearing full-length leggings, which is protective wear for it. The huge, giant, like, I don't know what that is, shield is interesting. Got a lamp as a prop, but the backpack is intriguing. Yeah, this is not the kind of outfit anyone deals with Asbestos would wear. I have no clue why her name is Asbestos. I feel like we're having flashbacks to Reverse 1999, especially the fact you guys are all saying the word door right now in the chat. It's a door? In what? Why is it a door? Does she use a door as a weapon? So my guess here is that she is an explorer of some sort. She seems a little unhinged from her facial expression. I have a little bit of clarity trouble with her skin tone against her teeth and her eye white. But she seems like an explorer. She seems a little bit unhinged, like she's maybe not all there. She's maybe a couple marbles loosed, or maybe she's just unpleasant. For guessing what her creature is, we do have the spoiler, which is that she has a little salamander down here. Little yellow spotted salamander. But she does have a tail that is, I guess, similar, but I don't know if I would have guessed salamander particularly by looking at her, but then again, that might be something kind of hard to make clear, because like, I guess this could also be seen as a tentacle in some manner as well. So yeah, I don't know. Is there anything I'm missing about her? I think I hit all the things I wanted to. Species. If it's a door, I'm wondering if she's some sort of like defense type character. Potentially. Do I have a flamethrower? What? Flamethrower. Okay, interesting. Kind of like a snake or tentacles no matter what. Yeah, I would say that it's probably kind of tough to design a character that's clearly a salamander while still being clearly human. Like, animals that are fluffy, like dogs and cats, mammals, are very easy because they have ears, and the ears and tails are very distinct and prove it very obviously to us. Like, making a character that's a frog is possible because we can do things about eyes or about cheeks or things like that, but there's not really a popular shorthand for a salamander as far as I am aware. So I do think that they did a decent job with what they could for her. So I saw somebody say that, ooh, hiccups, that her name is Asbestos because she deals with flames, because she's fire resistant, which would be interesting. That's an interesting name for her. And I know that their names are like commander names. Like they do, it's not their legal birth name often. A lot of them have a name that is a name that they picked for themselves to use as a fighter in some manner. Right, she's an explorer, but that's not a backpack, it's a fire thrower. Oh, I was reading, hang on, the way I was reading this looks like a backpacking backpack, and then I thought that this was like, hang on, why do I not have a drawing implement? I thought this was a pickaxe. Here, but that might be the nozzle of the flamethrower, but at the same time, it may also be shaped that way because she's an explorer. It's supposed to be sort of existing in both types of design, where it is supposed to resemble backpacking gear or cave spelunking gear, while at the same time being a flamethrower. So it's supposed to have that sort of duality to it, maybe? Interesting. That's how I read it too. Her E2 is something you should look at. Yeah, so she is the only one whose E2 I have. Right here. I have her E2 because it made sense of her context for me a little bit better. And the other eye, which is hidden, I think seems like something that might be important to her lore-wise that we weren't seeing otherwise, mayhaps. Tazo! Akihisa, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the Shroom State. I hope you enjoy getting to rotate with us. And I hope you enjoyed escaping that ad, hopefully, also. Woohoo! Different vibe. Yeah, so the vibe is very different. She seems a lot more unhinged here. Sharp teeth. She feels more dangerous. And because here, I also wanted to show it because her tail is much more clearly salamander patterned. The fact that they gave her the patterning on it, and we tend to associate this kind of patterning with amphibians of some kind, I think this is doing a much better job of selling her species to us. All the elements are there. I think they could have just kept the tail's patterning in her. Is it called her E1? Is this one? Like, I can see there's like a dark patterning for it. I guess maybe it just lights up when she's calling upon her fire powers, but I feel like it would have been beneficial even if we just had something subtle that was suggesting it in this version. I feel like we're missing things. Yeah, it's the same design, we're just clarifying things. So that's why I had hers pooled, is that a lot of the things that I would critique about her conceptually are clarified in this version. Her hair silhouette is so much more neat too, and I can see the blue on the underside of it. Adds so much interest as far as the color goes. Because right now, her color's just a little lackluster and her face has a little bit of a clarity issue, just slightly for me. I'm losing her face against the other muted colors around it, but yeah, I could use maybe more of that here. Spots here and she uses arts. Light from the lantern, salamander shape, that's really cute. Wait, it's salamander shaped? I didn't notice that. Hang on. The light from the lamp is salamander shaped? Oh, the little lights. Oh my gosh, wait, they're swimming around as little salamanders. That's really cute, actually. I'm here for that. Maybe I should be looking at the E2s more to see if they're clarifying things that we were having trouble with seeing in the E1. Tails on fire in E2, just what the spots are showing, yeah. The yellow is very eye-catching, but I think the thing that works for me here, even if, you know, this weren't turned on, is that the blue is making the face really focal. If we were to ignore, you know, this is supposed to be the focal point of the lantern. That's what the art's intention seems to be, is we're looking at the lights for flashiness. But here, because we don't have that blue of the hair existing as bold as it was in the E2, let me just put this over top. I don't know why I was toggling them. There's this teal color, and then there's a green. And I wish we were getting more of that around the face, and if it was brighter, because that is what was drawing me in to look at the face. Because right now I think the face is being outcompeted by the chest. Yellow is so bold. It's not as much of a trouble to outcompete yellow as it is to outcompete red, but the balance here is not working all the way. Here, we've pushed the yellow back into more of like a mustard and an orange color. We're only using those bright yellows for the highlights. Whereas in the E1, it's mostly that color. So here, let me go like this. And also, I don't know if I mentioned it, but the fact that her clothing, she is asbestos, and her clothing is mentioning hazard risk for disposing of a hazardous substance. I think we had suggested something like this for the doctor or someone else recently. Maybe it was a VTuber crit, where we had suggested pinning on like hazardous waste disposal, like tags, or like victim rescue tags and stuff like that. I love that as a detail on here, that her jacket has that information. So like, we could still have some of those brighter yellows, but I would keep them closer to where her face is potentially. So that way we're going to want to look up more than down here. So let me cover these once more a little bit. So I'm just using a multiply layer. Very specific asbestos hazard tags too. Oh, you know what? I knew that because the building across the street from where I lived in grad school was being torn down, and they had to do it in a very special fancy way because it was full of asbestos. So here, if I just flip this off and on, the difference. And maybe this is still more extreme than I need it to be, but I think that's helping a decent amount. And it's something that is just a consideration about what kind of yellow we're using. Then for this hair here, I'm just showing that that blue is captured on the underside, but this green tone that's brighter, I know it's because the light is casting that on her, but the green doesn't really appear very much throughout the illustration otherwise. So having some of those green tones that are similar to the ones in her eye will also make her face more focal potentially. So first thing right off the bat, we're fighting the focal point. We're gonna make her face more focal. Thankfully here, the camo of her skirt, by being a little more subdued, isn't taking our attention away quite as much maybe. By the way, this song right now in the background, the one that usually gets copyright claimed, at least in the version with lyrics. Oh, I think this actually is the one got claimed. We'll see. I'll skip it. That might have been the one that it was. If it is, there's a thing that YouTube does where it lets me edit it out. So we'll fix it if it does happen. Don't worry, I won't get bonked. They don't like for real bonk me. Sony Entertainment just is like, you can't have money, which is okay. I will survive. Speed of Light might have copyright issues. Yeah, we'll see. Oh no, it'll be okay. Don't worry, I will survive. I will persevere. We could say the E2 art does a way better job at the storytelling of the character. No, I would agree with that also. That might be the common trend among all the characters though, which may make me regret not having checked them for other characters. Let me check the E2 for GG just really quick here. Yeah, so I mean, the focal point troubles I was having are still present, but this is doing the storytelling of her having hard to control magic of some sort. So I guess we're getting the storytelling about her character here as well. She is definitely going through it, but I don't think this is going to change her grade for me at all. At least as far as the base considerations go about her design. Meanwhile, for Asbestos, I can tell that there's some things that were being thought about that just weren't visually a part of this, and I will still critique them for it all. So, yeah. Love the keep out sign? Yeah. Clarifies her species. Does it? I don't know if this clarifies her species any better for me. The tail is fluffier, which maybe might help. Oh wait, the cats. There are literal cats in the electricity. You're right. Yeah, electric cats. It took me a while to visualize what those were. That does help, but they're not her. They're not a part of her. They're not on her body. They're manifestations. Fluffy tails because she's electrified. Oh, that's cute. But those cats aren't a part of her physical design herself. So that's where my trouble lays. So, Asbestos, we need to make your face more focal, which I think would be also better achieved if we cast your face further into shadow. I think that's something else that's working partially better there. We shadow under your hat a bit more. Right now you have some, but we could exaggerate it more too. You seem like the kind of character that would be okay with having that sort of almost we associate with like yandere characters. The super dark shadows are in the face because that makes the eye pop even further. And then the hat doesn't have a ton of dark shading on it. The hat stays very mid-tone. He doesn't push the contrast very much. And I think that might also be part of the problem here too. So if we push contrast more around the face, I'm gonna not make this as intense. Whoop. Blur, where's the blur? Here we go. That will probably make us look to the face a little bit faster with all of those things I've done here. See what I'm saying? Low-key, she reminds me a little bit of Soul Eater character design. Maybe it's just because her teeth are sharp, maybe. And she's got the funny little circle cutout, or little cutout thing in her mouth. Unless that's drool, which it might be. I don't know. To call Asbestos unpleasant is putting it mildly. She doesn't seem that unpleasant, but there's a part of my heart that loves her and her design. Look, a little closer, see subtle hints of asbestos pattern on her tail in the E1. She's really subtle and kept as black on dark gray. Oh yeah. The pattern is there, but I think it's too subtle. I think that without making the pattern more apparent, we can't tell that she's a salamander. Even if it was even darker maybe, that super organic, pattern is something that we don't associate with dragons or lizards as much as we do with salamanders. So I think it might be important to our understanding of her species for us to get that. And then I think that's also pushing it away from tentacle also. Like, it is prehensile, it is holding something, but because it has this sort of spotting, we're not going to assume that, oh, on the other side there's like suction cups or something. Salamander on her lantern. I mean, the salamander on the lantern is a hint, but that's not a part of her character design itself. That's part of the prop design for her. It's not even prop design, it's just a whole other living creature that's just placed on here to maybe point us in the right direction. It's similar to how we were looking at the cats on GG in the E2. It's not a part of the design itself. The design itself should tell us those things about species without us having to rely on a prop. So like, making that a little more apparent from a distance, I think that helps me to be pushed in the right direction about it. Are things like weapons part of prop design? Yes, they are. Characters' design can include the props they hold, as they can be used to inform us about the character. However, if we are relying on the prop to tell us what the character's species is, I think we've done something wrong. I think we've gone amiss. There's plenty of opportunities within the character themselves and the clothing they're wearing and whatever extra appendages they may or may not have as a result of that to tell us those things without having to rely on a completely other separate object that they wouldn't even have on them at all times. And yes, I do know Gigi does have a Hello Kitty skin. We can look at it for like 0.2 seconds. It's Party in the Garden. I love Hello Kitty, so I will give in. I will relent. I will show you the Hello Kitty skin. It's cute. She's pink. I love that they put her with Hello Kitty, the cat, the kitty, because she is a cat, which maybe is going to be part of what makes it clear that that's what's going on. The outfit is very cute, I will say. Very frilly. It's very nice. Yeah. Does the backpack fall under that too? Yes, it does, more or less, but the backpack to me is something that she probably wouldn't be without. So the backpack is attached to her body and seems like something she wouldn't go without. Meanwhile, the lantern is something she's just holding temporarily, maybe. Like, if the lantern was attached to her bag, I would consider it more part of the character design. Like, the door, I don't consider a part of her character's design. It's a weapon because she wouldn't carry that around all the time. But I do think that the backpack is a part of it more so. Yeah, it's a tool she always uses, maybe, I guess. It's kind of hard to know where to draw the line with that. And for what it's worth, the lantern isn't even what's telling me she's a salamander. The thing that's telling me it is the salamander that is a physically other living creature that is on it. So, unless that salamander perpetually forever is on her in some manner, it might take us a while to get to the fact that she is a salamander herself. And that means that something has gone amiss, unfortunately. So, Asbestos. Your color design was kind of taking away from your focal point a little bit. We needed a little more interest and contrast around your face. As far as your concept goes, I was not picking up that you were a salamander in this art, but in this one I can tell a lot more clearly. I love that we're getting the glimpse at her personality more here too, and I love that they're not afraid of making an unhinged looking woman. I feel like there's so much pressure in gacha games to be like, oh, we have to make her alluring. People love a messed up girly. People want to fix her. People love that kind of thing. So I'm glad that they're willing to lean into that. Yeah. Her tail is seen as attractive. What do you mean by that? Are you saying by the fan base or by people in universe? Kanekush, thank you for following. They love their unhinged women. I am here for it. I am so here for it. Yes, or be made worse by it. She can destroy me. It's fine. She can ruin my personality too. Fantastic. Both? Ah, I see. She's awful and I love her for it. Good. Hell yes. Can fix her with Lapland? Lappy will maul you? Oh, okay. Good to know. I'm glad they're not afraid of that in this game. I appreciate that. Take a little more risk. So, the other thing that I think this is doing well as far as visual interest goes is that this design is once again another one where it's not just black, white, and one color. There is black, there is colors close to white, and there's yellow as the primary color. However, if we look throughout, we've got beige for straps, we've got the blue in the hair, the green for the eye, this sort of cool blue undertone for the cap, which is not the same undertone as the skirt/dress that his camo has. We've got patterning camo, we've got red happening in little small amounts down around the feet. This is a very realistic choice of shoe. Also, let me say, anyone who's doing outdoorsy stuff, realistic choice of shoe. This is the kind of shoe that you get it wet and it dries out very quickly. The grip is really good. Ankles being out, maybe not the smartest. You're gonna get eaten to hell by mosquitoes. Or maybe get ticks. I don't think she's worried about that. But like, that's a very practical kind of shoe to be wearing for this. It works. Arknights like their shoes. They do, and I'm very relieved by it. They don't just stick their girlies in heels. It's good. Leeches. Oh, yeah, no. Should wear socks, girl. Tuck your pants into your shoes, please. But the color design, outside of the little bit of that, the yellow being too much, too focal, is good. I enjoy it. I think it works for me. It's interesting enough. What have we not talked about? Hang on, let me start grading her so I can figure out what we have not discussed. So, color palette. I enjoy it. I'll take the point of her focal point there. The color palette itself is fine for me. Her silhouette, we didn't talk about that. Concept and motifs. The salamander angle should be clear. I'm not gonna take a full point off because it's clarified in the E2 as a part of her physically, but I think she needs that in her E1. Silhouette. We're going to ignore her giant door. I don't think that qualifies for her silhouette. But the silhouette of her as a character is relatively standout. She's wearing a ball cap with headphones on top of it, which adds a lot to her silhouette around the top of her head. She has this big, chunky, bulky jacket dress situation where, if I just sort of detail for you the shape of her, she's tapering out and really wide in the middle. Her head is much more narrow, and then her legs are much more narrow. She's got a good amount of contrast in her silhouette, despite being mostly kind of cylindrical. But she does have visual weight around the bottom edge of her skirt. Essentially, her whole torso has some weight to it also visually. Her tail adds something interesting to silhouette because it's asymmetrical. She is someone who, if we did look at her from straight on, someone who I believe, unfortunately, would be completely symmetrical. Her pose, I think, is misleading us into thinking she isn't. Her hair, I think, is the only point of asymmetry in her actual physical design and the actual physical objects that make up her design. There is text printed on her that's asymmetrical, but I think that's the only thing. So that does take a little bit away from it for me. I wish there was a little bit more asymmetry, but I know that as far as practical outfits go, sometimes that's the way things go if they're meant to feel manufactured. It does feel a little bit cold, which might be in the right direction for her. But for how unhinged she is, I wish it was maybe just a little bit stranger. Pretty sure the backpack is too. What, completely symmetrical or asymmetrical? Having this thing hanging on one side, if it's only on that side, might be helping. I could believe that. Let me do a ladder test also. I'm not gonna count the backpack for this though, for the ladder test. I'm gonna only count her based on what she is wearing. I think if we count the backpack, it'll get really confusing. So I'm drawing lines everywhere I see a major visual change in contrast or color or shape. I'll draw one a little bit lower for these little danglies and the buckles. This is on one side. I wonder if, I can't tell if that would be on the other side, but maybe it's not. I'll educated guess that maybe it isn't. She's got these things, and I think I see one on the other side. Oh, this is her strap of her bag falling off her shoulder. That's not how that would work. If that was falling off, the bag would be hanging off to the side. That bag's heavy. Ooh, uh-oh. Hang on. I'm getting some, my ladder senses are tingling a little bit. Oh no, my ladder senses are tingling a little bit. Her head. Oh no, actually, hang on. She deserves one here. Turn all this off. Bye. Oh no! That cost me some ladders, but I got some thoughts on this one. That's actually really disappointing to me. Her species is one of the clearest in E1, because most characters don't have straight out animal in their design E1. Ah, ouch. Thank you for ladder contribution, Amber. I fear this is, aside from this area, this is a kind of a climbable ladder. I fear that the weakest category for her is her silhouette. She's completely symmetrical. Yeah, climbable if you play Snake Eater. What did Joby show me the other day? Joby showed me a video of, I think it was like a frog climbing a ladder with, like just like a frog climbing a real ladder with Snake Eater playing in the background. Fantastic. My exact sense of humor. I love that fear. Man, this ladder's a little too climbable, unfortunately. What you can do to fix that, and what I mean by that is, do you see how repetitive this spacing is? This is the same width as this is, as this is, as this is, as that is. These two little gaps here are the same width as each other. This is the same gap distance here. This is the same here. What you can do to make that less prevalent in a design is to just vary things a little bit more, vary the thickness of stuff, where if we were to make these straps that are down here dangle a bit longer, maybe that's impractical. Having dangling straps is not really a good move out in the field, I will say. But shh, it's fine, shh. Make these longer, like if we were to push like her collar higher or something so that it's coming like all the way up her face, if her headphones were sitting at an angle instead of being straight across. The way this is posed helps a little bit. I don't think I drew a line for it, but that helps a little bit more. But there's a number of things that could be added to make her a little bit less symmetrical. Yeah. What's wrong with climbable ladders? They feel a little bit stagnant or too stiff, unfortunately. That's usually why we try to avoid them, is that they can make a design feel too stable. They feel like they're too samey or repetitive often. Like, we talk about with most things that you want to do proportioning as far as, like, it's also a, how do I want to describe this? Like, it is a compositional tool that we're describing here in some manner. We're considering the body, the canvas, or the, like, window that we are creating our image within. Yeah, it's uninteresting to the eye. In composition, making things evenly separated, making things centered, stuff like that makes things uninteresting because it doesn't create as much tension, it doesn't create as much variety. We're lacking in variety when we end up with ladder design, and we're lacking in tension or clustering of detail that makes things feel more natural. So that's usually what we're looking for. That is why. Lovely the rock theme of this part, like she's gonna destroy her silhouette. I'm not destroying anything, it's okay. Vitruvian man, peak climbable ladder. Funny you say that, not to tangent real quick, but I was talking with Ocus, T-poses on you. Yeah, check my ladder real quick. Do it yourself, you won't. I was talking about Vitruvian Man with Ocus and Shog, two of my YouTube VTuber compatriots, because we were talking about weird concepts for VTuber designs, and we should make a Vitruvian Man VTuber. The age of over 40 is in demand, and also it'd be a cool concept if you had that sort of like draftsman-y style. But the reason we started talking about it was because Ocus had showed us a fountain that, you know, like weeping fountains where they're crying and their tears of the water. It was not a weeping fountain. It was a woman whose, she was holding her, memories. And, that was where the water was coming from. And Ocus was like, you should make a VTuber that is that. And I said, interesting. I said, oh lordy, maybe. Why am I talking about this? Peeing fountain? Adjacent to that, yes. I was like, that sounds like a TOS violation waiting to happen, but Vitruvian Man would probably pass because he would be in VTuber view from here up, and any of the things that we can't see any of the things we're not allowed to see would be hidden, so it would be fine. What was it, Statue of Mary? I don't think so. It was a fountain. I was not familiar with what it was, but anyways, that was my short tangent for you. It is blaze time, apparently. I don't know what that means, but good. Taking notes. Go for it. Montana. Wait, I didn't know what it was called. I was not familiar with what it was called. Silhouette! This is the weakest one here! I'm so sad! I'm so sad! I love her! This is why we have to have this, because I would have given her a good grade if it was just me grading her, because I like her. But her silhouette's not fantastic. Lexi versus Clarity, though, the clarity issue that I have for her is fixed by the focal point solution, so I wouldn't take points off for that. But there it is. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. Another 7.5. Very different in what categories we're losing points in, but another similar grade. Oops, that's the edge of the canvas. Hang on. Try again. There we go. Got it! Huh? You mean the orange? What? What are we talking about? I want Asbestos be in the end field, but I'm afraid she won't because she's not that popular. Hey, you know what you can do to help make her more popular? Make art of her. Make art of her. That's how people find out about her. Do things to let people know she exists. Maybe me having shown her to a number of you will make people more aware of her and make her a little more popular, so maybe she appears. But if you be the change that you wish to see, as far as her popularity goes, it can go a long way. There are games that have really minor characters, or like even anime that have really minor characters, that because they have an artist that is so committed to it, that is why. Roar isn't popular, but she got into Enfield, so I think the possibility isn't 0. That's fair. Yeah, what are you doing here? What's going on here? Strangeness. Was aware of her, but hang on. aware of her, but in her event, she was a very minor character they abandoned quickly. No! 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 I don't want her to get abandoned. I like her. It's low-key popular. Okay, shroommates? Let's all make some fan art of Asbestos and make her popular so she can stay around. I will do my part eventually once I have the time to do so. I will draw her. This is my swear to you. She's the favorite one that I had found so far out of the designs. So we can all work together to make her more popular, potentially. Also, Meta Knight, thank you for subscribing. Welcome back for another month. I hope you enjoy getting to rotate and enjoy your stay in the shroom state. Asbestos the character, not the toxic material. No, true. I will say SEO may also be working against her, unfortunately, as far as her popularity goes, because if you Google the word asbestos, I don't think she comes up, unfortunately. You have to Google asbestos Arknights, which is not great. And yeah, maybe if she got an altar, that would help. Somebody was saying to look at her skin, and I will concede and look at hers just because I like her. But don't get used to it. Did I spell asbestos right either? Oh, I did. Okay, good. Often paired with Heyak? Double long tails. I'm so sorry. I don't have the foggiest idea how to pronounce that name. I got the teacher debuff, unfortunately. Not Lullaby? Oh no, are you guys crashing out about the song? I would say check her skin. I'm afraid that's the whole rabbit hole you'll never leave. Oh, I want to look at her though. Glen Sonata. Oh, she's so cool. I will do my part for her. Do it for her, as they say in Steven Universe.
Beep.
Look at her. She's so uncouth. Hang on. My mouse isn't working. Look at her. She's got her, like, weird, like, almost, like, caution tape thing dangling. She's got her, like, camel bag of water to drink from. It's got a salamander in it. I love her. Oh, she is, like, kind of rocker-esque also with her multiple ear piercings. She's still got her, like, headset on, but now she's, like, kind of, like, IT for some reason. She's got her sandals. I love her, actually. Why did Gary deny that? Uh-oh. I wonder if Gary's not allowed to say asbestos. Let me check something. Gary, are you allowed to say asbestos? I wonder if that's a word he's forbidden.
Asbestos.
Nope, Gary can say asbestos. That's allowed. That just means that there is something in that that's combining to form a word he can't say.
I love asbestos.
No, you shouldn't. I hear you, but don't. Gary, it's not good for you. I don't know if mushrooms are immune to asbestos. I've never tested it. Wow, my mouse is really...
We should all have more asbestos.
No, we shouldn't, Gary. I do disagree with you. Oh, it may be because you put my name in it. It may not let you have it be an endorsement from me. I think that actually might be what it is. Because they don't want it getting clipped out of context.
Put asbestos in your house.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's the word we can't say. You can't have my name in it, is what it is. That's okay. I can do a character design appeal and not include frenemies, Texas, and Lapland. We looked at them! 2 weeks ago we looked at them. Don't worry. Oh, and she's Australian? Good. Good for her. What is going on here? Nymph count the number of heart shapes in her design? Does she have a lot of hearts in her design? Oh, Nymph, that's somebody else. But anyways, I love asbestos. Not the chemical, I like the character, actually. That's my thought. Can damage fungi. If it can, I don't endorse it even further. Anything that forms cancer cells trying to break a fiber that doesn't break down, I think Gary would just eat it. Do mushrooms get cancer? Yeah, don't worry, I knocked them out. I may have to look for a couple more YouTube mods in the near future. I will probably put that word out next week for that. No, Amber, as an ant, I guess you're not impacted by it either. No.
Never thought I'd see the day when Eugene was banned.
You can't, if you put full Squiiji, because that's my name, I don't think it'll let you do it. Because the part of it that didn't let it go is why. Oh, they said a slur? Oh, lordy. Okay, well, they're gone. I got rid of them, don't worry. We'll just push it out of the chat, unfortunately. Monster's generic? Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, we're gonna move on to the next character. Let me see. Wow. Who was next out of the ones I had downloaded? Okay. I think we're gonna do Hellagur next. We're gonna do the four that are in the thumbnail first and foremost. And then we'll go to some of the other ones I have downloaded. Not using Hella, Chad. What do you mean? suggested, don't worry, they've been removed. Don't worry, they've been removed. This fellow was suggested, because he is one of the older characters in the game, which apparently there's not a ton of, but there are some at least, so I will give them props for having more age diversity than a lot of gacha games have. On top of the fact that they gave him a beard. I feel like I don't think I've actually even seen a gacha character with a beard. Also, these long, flowing, elegant locks of hair. Good for him. At least 4 boomers. Yeah, I saw there's at least 3 of them, so I pulled him for this. This is what I was talking about. We were saying earlier, people were saying they were gonna romance Colonel Sanders. No. I know nothing about this man, but I'm gonna propose that you romance this man instead. This man takes care of his hair. Clearly he grooms his facial hair quite well as well. He's got a cool sense of fashion, much more interesting than the Colonel Sanders man. Much better choice. I don't know anything about him, so maybe he's a terrible character and he's evil, but I'm not getting that vibe from him at least. He seems like he might be morally gray, having looked at him. So pause, tell me nothing about him, I have to do a cold read. I'm not looking, I see none of you. You can't speak to me inside my brain, my eyes are closed. Actually, they can't be closed, I have to look at him. So, he has, only my mouse is working, he has wings on top of his head, so we're gonna make an educated guess that he is either a bird or he is the same-ish kind of creature as the other fellow who I thought a crow was. Although I'm gonna guess that that's not the case because, what is his name, Logos? I think he was the only male of his species. So maybe I'm learning and maybe I'm figuring out that that's not what he is, but I'm gonna say that he is something bird related. Don't tell me if I'm right yet. He seems like someone who is maybe a commander of some sort. They're going for emphasizing verticality in his silhouette, where they're making him seem strong and firm. He seems almost rectangular in his cloak. He's got a lot of sharp edges too, so I'm gonna assume he's somebody who takes himself quite seriously. Big ol' katana, even though he's not really especially giving me samurai vibes, but he is going to, I guess, be a frontline fighter if he's got a sword. Well, that's his prop design telling me that much. Very practical. He's got his gas mask in tow. And is this his hair? Still down here? What is this? Does he have a tail? Or is this his hair? His hair may be very long. So the guesses that I'm making is that he is, if they're putting a character in a game that is older, in a game where they don't have a lot of them, I'm going to guess that he is an amount of status, or he's a commander, or he holds some level of power. That's usually the reason why older characters are added to games where there aren't many of them. He seems like he may be a little bit refined. Oh, tail. Oh, tail. What kind of tail is that? He's not a horse, is he? Tail. I actually can't quite tell what that is. It does kind of feel like a horse tail, but nothing else about him makes me feel like a horse. Yeah, cool old guy Sephiroth, kind of. I think part of the read I am getting of him is because of him having long, flowing, elegant white hair. So he is somewhere between strict, but also elegant. He seems refined, maybe. Some birds have hair like tail feathers. Oh, if he is a bird, I guess that could make sense then. If those are bird tail feathers, I could, you know, actually, depending on what kind of bird he is, I could see that, because they do have the, like tails that are shaped like that, and then, but isn't that something that's, what birds is this associated with? Is it songbirds that have tails like that? I don't know. Is he Pegasus? Oh, that could be interesting also, if he was, like, Pegasus or something else where it's, like, a combination of kinds of animals, maybe. So we'll see. Probably a bird tail. Okay. I'm not looking. I'm trying to not look. Although I think I got all of my guesses in. What did I miss? Somebody are saying hippogriff, misled. Let me make sure I know what a hippogriff is, because I'm thinking of the thing in Harry Potter, which I hate that that's my first thought. A hippogriff. Oh, and it's the first Google results also. I just want to know what it looks like in mythology. Oh, okay, wait. So am I right that it is a horsetail? Is he a hippogriff then? Yeah, one of the rare race called a hippogriff griffin. Pegasus, guys, that's nearly family. Hellagur's a hippogriff. Okay, so it is a horsetail. It is a horsetail. Interesting. Okay, so I did guess that right because he's a hippogriff. Ah, intriguing. An Ursus, race that portrays Russia in real life. Ursus is a cool place in general. Okay, an elder, also bird ears. Yeah, it does have bird ears. I maybe wish there was something. Oh wait, hang on, wait. The way that his shoes are color blocked to be silver on the toe and then black the rest of the way up is also reminiscent of hooves. Am I not being led, am I? Because I think I am getting it now. I think I'm picking up, I think I'm seeing it. Ursus is nationality, not race. Okay. Noted, because Ursus does potentially mean bear. Never noticed that. Okay. Nice read. Yeah, okay. So, there are horse things that are scattered throughout. The bird element is really obvious, and they went more subtle with the horse elements of the hippogriff angle. But you know, I'm picking it up. First of the offspring of griffins, lion, eagle, and horses. Interesting. So there's still some lion in him somewhere as well. Ursus is a bear, but also a nation. Friends with one of the major antagonists in the first act. Oh, so I did guess that he is maybe a little bit morally gray, which may be because he's got the Sephiroth. He's got the wearing dark clothing, but has like beautiful, glowing, brilliant, long white hair. For some reason, we associate men with long white hair as being evil in some manner. Like Alucard feels a little bit morally gray by looking at him, even though he is quite beautiful. Sephiroth, unfortunately to mention Harry Potter again, Lucius Malfoy. Like we tend to associate that combo with being evil a little bit. Gandalf, no, I would say Gandalf escapes that because he is the gray first, but like Saruman does get that because he is Saruman the White and he's much brighter. But we already know Gandalf by the time he changes to being Gandalf the White, so we know he's not evil and bad. White hair's elegant, okay. Time EP music lyrics tell a summary of his side. Interesting. Intriguing. Gandalf has old wizard vibes. Yeah, feeling like an old wizard is different. Gandalf's hair isn't beautiful and sleek and manicured also. His hair's kind of messy. If you have long hair and you brush it, you might be gay. I mean, evil. Oh no, it's me! I am gay and evil! I'm Miku! Miku. You can call me Miku. They went separate ways. He invaded Japan? What are you talking about? He's a nobleman. Okay. Strict uncle, nobleman. Okay. I guess I could see those things. Praise be to being gay and evil. I will be gay and I will do crime. It is still June, so you cannot stop me. Ayo. Yeah, Also fought Poland. Don't do that. Don't invade Japan. Don't fight Poland, please. War veteran with 44 years of combat experience. Okay, he seems experienced. I will give him that. So I think as far as concept goes, I was getting most of it, mayhaps. I was getting most of that. I do enjoy, once again, they seem to be very practical when they're designing characters. He's got a knee pad on for combat. So I'm gonna guess that if he is a samurai in some manner, this is so if he is crouching, he's not going to injure himself. That's fantastic. I like that. It's practical. His jacket's gonna keep him well covered from the elements, although it might be a little bit impractical. So I'm gonna guess that he maybe practices, we talked about it not that long ago, the fighting style that is relying on one single like draw of a sword. We talked about it like 2 weeks ago. I lost it in my brain. I gotta like start writing these things down that you guys tell me. It'd probably be beneficial to me. Iaido? Maybe? Potentially? I could see that being how he would fight, because if he doesn't have to worry about long like movements and having his sword out for a long time, then the way that he is dressed would be more practical for it. Musha, maybe? Okay, the anime style, yeah. I could see that being, yeah. He does exactly that. Hell yeah, bet. The fact that I am able to predict his fighting style based on what he's wearing, good design. I'm learning things about him. It makes sense. I can see it. So, as I'm looking him over, one of the things that stands out to me, unfortunately, however, is the low contrast between his hair and his face and his beard. As far as focal point goes, I am still pulled to look at his head despite the low contrast, because this gold is appearing in the largest quantity around his face, and it's the brightest color. The white also has the lightest value, and it's exclusively around his face, more or less. The fact that they pushed the tail back in its value was good, so it's not as apparent. It's not as distracting, but it does make it harder for us to get to the point that he is a horse. Subtle, but I see it. I'm getting the clues. But I do think that he might just need a little more contrast around his face. And I have a question. Is he blonde? Or does he have white hair from age? Which is it? Is he a platinum blonde? Or is it because of his age that he has that? Does he just have white hair? Because it rules. Okay, that's fair. From before? I think it's white. Okay, I was gonna ask if we might like just like a little bit of salt and pepper in it to give it a little bit of clarity around his face, but if that's the case, that might not be the solution I was going to suggest. He's always had white hair. Okay, that's more so what I was asking. So with that, he was younger, but he went white. Interesting. Skin that resents his past also has him with white hair. His skin shows him younger. Okay, so maybe I should look at his skin just for a second, so I can see what that looks like. How do you spell your name, my man? Hellagur. He is, which one? Elite 2? Octopath Illusion? Octopath Traveler? Okay, he is younger in this one. Okay, so his hair seems like it may have always been white. I was gonna suggest salt and pepper, but that's okay. White hair generally equals redhead when younger. So he's not a redhead when he's younger, I do see that. But, So for contrast around his face then, I have options. We have the option of darken his skin tone a little bit. Not this much probably, but you know, maybe, we'll see. Darken his skin tone a bit so that way we're not losing the beard and his eyebrows and everything against as much as we currently are. We'll see how much I like this amount of it. Because white will stand out a lot better if his skin is just a little darker. I'll have to just do a little bit of like manual funky feathering here to try and get this to be good. Does he have a mustache? I think he's a mustache. Yeah, I think that is what that is. I'll have to like feather it in a little bit better. And then I can turn it down if this is just a little bit too much. I think this is a piece of hair going across his face too. Where like, yeah, now he feels a little bit more alive now too, to me, but he's not quite so pale, and it gives me much better clarity for his face. Still could be salt and pepper even if he was always white. Do people who have white hair their whole lives get gray hair? How does that work? Because salt and pepper is usually, no, yeah, I would say because salt and pepper is usually because you have dark hair. The pepper in the salt and pepper is your natural hair color, usually. The salt is the white hair, so not quite. Lives in Russia, so his skin tone's gonna be pretty light. I mean, fellas, this color that I have chosen for him right now, the color that his skin is right now, as I have it selected, is still... Let me paste this here so you can see it. It's still, like, 25% value or brighter. Like, that is still exceedingly pale. This is paler than I am as a person, as a human, and I'm pretty pale right now. Yeah, we don't also have to follow reality completely, but I do think he does need that contrast around his face, because it does also help. Whoops, I think he might have had his beard come up higher on this side, and I might have covered it. But I think he needs that contrast. Yeah, wait, that is what that is. The fact that I couldn't tell doesn't help, but that contrast, I think, does a lot for his face readability, and even after having done that, we could probably even darken some of the shadows inside his hair in here. Not that much, but just a little bit around the edge of his face. So that way, because of that contrast, we get these darker colors against lighter colors. Maybe back in here a little bit too. I'll like blend these out just a bit. That will help us to come to the face more readily also. Because I will say, my eyes travel a lot when I'm looking at his design and they don't settle. Which on one hand, that's kind of a good thing. You do want to have a lot of eye movement in a design, but I do think that his face could maybe hold us in a little. And maybe it's because I'm immune to his charms. Maybe that's part of it, but like that. Let's see. Also, I gotta play the music again. But do we see face, less face, face, less face, more face? It's a good day to be a brunette. Here, have music again. Thanks. Skin color is relevant design clue. I'd love to see EGC Tuyi. Interesting. As Ashen said, I think the ghostly white is intended. Why? Why is it intended for him to be Ashley deathly white? Is he going through it? Is he sick or something? Because I would say, like, right now, he's still desaturated. So it still feels like he is slightly unwell, but I'm not sure. Frost Nova in the future? Oh, man. Unplayable characters, we are not likely to get to super quick, unfortunately. He's def going through it. Okay, that's fair. War veteran who regrets a lot of what he did. Faded, goes to the worst past. I mean... I would say he's still, I don't think I got rid of him feeling that way by having done this. If I made his cheeks like rosy, I think that would do it. His eyes do have a little bit of a purple undertone under them, but I would even say if they're doing that, then you could even go for color undertone of purple more under his eyes to give us that exhaustion and ghostliness and the fact that he's not feeling well. This is gonna be too much. Just wait, I will tone it down. It might also be, it just be like here. Hang on, me modify what I've done here a little bit, and then a little bit lighter so it's not as intense. But if his eyes feel a little bit more sunken, he'll also feel a little more exhausted. Younger version's hair is a little more saturated. Interesting. Old man with basically cancer. Okay, I guess. I see. But he is still really pale the way I have him right now. Like, he is still exceedingly pale. He doesn't feel as pale as he is because he's got a dark background around him, but he is still very pale. Trust me, believe me. So, as far as the design goes in other ways, I think we got everything we needed to from content. As far as clarity goes, there's a lot going on in this leg area as far as detail goes, but I will say that the details that are there don't bug me. Gas mask, that's practical. It's telling me that he needs that when he is, you know, doing whatever combat. The knee pad relates to the combat. So these belts might be a little bit extraneous, but that's all right. I'm gonna guess that his insignia on his shoulder relates to his organization affiliation. So level of detail doesn't bug me. Subtle texture is nice. Feels like scales, which is interesting. I wonder why. Why did they go with a scale-like pattern for him? I guess for Hippogriff, the legs might have that. Azazel's the clinic he runs. Illegal. Nice. Big old A. Yeah, how old is he? People are saying he's gonna be 35. If he's 35, I'm gonna have thoughts about that. Oh, we have a date of birth. He's 44. Oh wait, no, his combat experience is 44 years, so he's gotta be at over 44. Yeah, so not 35 years old with 44 years of combat experience. I'm gonna guess that that makes him in his 50s, which nice. Okay, good. Here to see it. Skin explains a lot. Over 120. Okay, never mind. Scale because he's a bird. For the bird angle, I feel like there would have been a slightly different way they could have done this motif to make it feel more bird-like. Yeah, and it is supposed to be carbon fiber, maybe, but I feel like they could have just reversed it, inverted it. Because right now, when we think about scales, the growing pattern they have on legs, if we're thinking about a bird or a snake or something like that, they sort of grow away from the face usually. If this was flipped upside down, we might be able to assume that these are also maybe little feathers, maybe? So, I feel like that might be nice. E2, okay. Okay. Oh, there's a really big bird in his E2. Is he younger in his E2 too? Or is this just a different pose? He does look younger in his E2. Here, we can look at it because we keep saying things. Oh, it's so small. It's so small. I don't understand how his wings work. They feel like they're merging out of his hair, and I don't understand. This is becoming almost like a wing, though, which is interesting as far as that goes. The pose is interesting, because it is creating wings for him. These don't really make a lot of sense to me. Man, the trope of guy with long white hair with really long sword who can fly and has wings happening somewhere. They got a Sephiroth in this game, they got a Sephiroth in Wua, they got a Sephiroth everywhere. Everybody loves him. Everybody wishes they could be Sephiroth. Isn't a met record of his service? Yeah. Sephiroth cannot fly. Okay, sure. He has wings. He's got a wing thing happening visually in the motif, all right? Sephiroth is the one-winged angel. You shouldn't be able to fly either. He's only got one of them. Sephiroth did leave a permanent mark on character design forever, potentially. But yeah, that's fine. That doesn't really clarify the things for me I thought it would as far as that patterning goes, but the pattern's fine. Let's do a start of the rubric so I can see what I have talked about or not. I'm making like good time today, I feel like. This is pretty good. 4:30. Can get through another like 3 or so. I'm on it. I just wish to be Dante. I will say I do have a strange bias towards characters in red coats. I'm not that I don't like Dante that much, but Vash fills that role. As do actually several other characters. Interesting. Nobody wants to be Sephiroth, they want to be with him. Given that man's history, I would imagine no one wants to be him. Imagine being the child of horrific experiments beyond humanity. That man fully lost his sanity because he learned how he was created and how he was lied to and how he was used, and he's essentially just a test subject. Awful. How to impress EG Red? What can I say? You guys are like, oh, shiny, bright things, shiny things. Oh, like shiny gold, sparkly. I'm like red, the color red, red head, red jacket. They work. They're for me. Cannot with him. Cannot fix him. No, cannot fix Sephiroth. He does have really bad mommy issues and daddy issues too, to be honest. And you would too if Hozo was your father. Ooh, lordy. It's like old Vash or new Vash? I like old Vash. I don't like 98 anime Vash as much. He is still my little creature and I adore him, but he is really mischaracterized. But I like manga Vash and I like new Vash also. They're all good. All of them are good. Yeah. Japanese voice actor voices Aizen from Bleach? Really? I've watched Bleach and I watched Bleach subtitled, so I would recognize his voice. That's funny. Intriguing. At some point we're gonna make you analyze all the Sui fragments. Okay, I don't know what that means, but I saw a lot of that in the comments about there being 12 of them and their siblings. We can like rapid fire through them, maybe, question mark, somehow, but it's a lot of fellows. Are they popular? The beans? Seems like you guys really like those fellas. Let me grade. The Russian VA, we don't have all of them yet. Beans. Very? Oh, okay. Very popular. Okay, maybe we'll pull a couple of them. 3... A lot of characters, 3 fun designs, we only have 7 of them, okay. Extremely popular limited characters. All right, when we get to the end where we suggest characters after we go through the ones I wanted to talk about, then you guys can suggest those ones and we can look at which ones out of them you would like to see. We probably won't have time to get through all of them. When I inevitably come back for a tier list, maybe in a couple months, we will get through all of them at that point, but yeah. Basically the New Year's units. Oh, is that why there's 7 of them? Question mark? You get 1 a year, maybe? Interesting. So, this guy, his color palette, once again, nice. We've got some brown tones, which make him more visually interesting than he'd be if he was just black, white, and a color. This, like, grayed out blue with the yellow accents is nice visually. The white is used very minimally, only in his hair. The black also doesn't just stay in one undertone. It's got blue undertones, it's got brown undertones, it's got purple undertones. Good. Interesting color design. I pass him. Today, the color design has been fine, and I've been very relieved by it. What did I just crush on my chair? Ah! I just crushed a spider with my foot on my chair. Ah, exciting. I'm sorry, man. You didn't deserve that. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were there. I didn't see you. Oh, man. Oh. The only kind of spider I don't like is spider I don't know is on me. I like spiders. He didn't deserve that. Hang on, give me like 1 second to wipe him off my son. Honestly, that was a worse jump scare than anything we did in, Oh, I forgot to unlock the door for Jubby to come in also. Oh no, I did. Hi, Jub. Hello? Jubby, I just crushed a spider with my foot.
I heard. The door was locked. I had to open it.
Jubby just broke into my office with a pair of scissors.
With a pair of scissors.
Can you describe for the people who are here what you're wearing?
No. No, I won't describe what they're wearing.
Oh, what you're wearing? What are you wearing? Where's your chainmail?
I don't have any. I don't know where the chainmail is.
No, it is not a Goldenglow cosplay. Jubby does not know much about Arknights, but Jubby is dressed as...
The Knights Templar.
No, I don't think you're dressed... Are you dressed as a Knights Templar? Is that what it is?
Isn't that what this shit? Yeah.
You're a Crusader.
Oh, yeah. I thought they were Crusaders.
Joby has entered my room as a Crusader for some reason. Say hi to Joby. If you're not familiar, Joby's my partner. Hi.
I'm the Joker, right? Well,
no, you're not.
Kind of
No, I don't think the Joker's a Crusader. Oh, where's your chainmail is a really funny thing to ask without context. This outfit came with chainmail, which is why. And it came with like a chainmail hood. Why are you wearing that?
I know it's somewhere.
It's in our house.
But I haven't found it.
Okay, also I do have to specify, Joby is not wearing pants with this outfit either. This is a legs out look.
What's a dress, isn't it?
It's a tunic.
A tunic, yeah, whatever that is. Are you supposed to wear pants with this?
Yeah. Or like leggings or something? Link doesn't just wear the dress, Link wears leggings.
Damn, well I went outside like this.
You went outside like that?
I had to get something out of the car.
You're
Oh,
showing the
wait.
neighbors your underwear?
Wait, there's a zipper. No, there's not. Never mind.
I'm going through like 4 stages of grief. Snitching, EG's a spider killer? I didn't mean to be, okay? Joey goes outside often. I'd say Joey goes outside more than I do. Fit sounds fire. It is fire. It is quite good.
Yeah, it's a pretty good. It's a pretty good.
I was trying to grade something and I forgot what I was doing, but do you want to help me, Joby? Yeah, grand pantless adventure.
What are we?
So we're looking at old man. Give me your cold read on him. I already went through my cold read.
I can't really see him.
Zoom in with, move your head closer. I can zoom in on him. Here's his face.
Man, he is a low quality
He is a low quality Job's Templar. Joby's not going Greek. This is not a Greek outfit. I don't
This is from the game called Arknights.
This design is from Arknights. You did just read that, yes.
So is it cyberpunk? Is it supposed to be cyberpunk?
It's a little cyber, yeah.
Because this is just the outfit that the guy wears in the cyberpunk anime.
What? Is it?
Yeah, the same thing.
I believe this predates. Actually, I don't know if he does, but I know that Arknights predates Cyberpunk.
Does this guy predate it? Because it.
Don't know.
Another thing is he's some sort.
Yeah, sci-fi fantasy.
It's the exact same collar, the tech wear.
You'd be surprised. There's not a lot of variety. What's the guy's name in Cyberpunk? What guy?
Cyberpunk 2077. Not Keanu Reeves.
I figured you weren't comparing this man to Keanu Reeves.
Oh, it's like.
Oh, he predates Cyberpunk 2077. They're saying he's a very old unit.
He's a very old unit in universe.
No, in like release. As far as like when the game released, he is one of the older ones that released.
I thought this game.
He predates it.
I thought this game just
Martin
came
from the
out.
anime? No, this game is from 2019.
I have never heard of this game before.
Martinez?
Yes, Martinez. Yeah.
Martinez? Sorry, I said that totally wrong.
It's like the high collar.
No.
High
Honestly,
collar,
you saying that's
yellow.
funny because this one looks more like it.
No. Go back.
Collar.
All they did was invert the colors. Look, so
No, the jacket
yellow,
length is totally different. The shape language is totally different.
No.
Hang on, I'll show you Joby's claim here.
Yellow, blue.
No,
Look, they
no,
literally
no,
flipped
no,
the
no.
jacket. That's all they did.
No! No, this is totally different. This is completely different.
Look at
The
it.
jacket is way longer. The shape language is way different. There's no sleeves.
They flipped the color.
You're not You're not discerning at all. You're just here to judge.
No, I'm just saying they flipped the color. Look.
Yes. Okay, so I will give you V-shaped wide collar with blue on the inside versus outside. I can see the similarities. This is like you saying that, what was his name, Razor from Genshin looked like Roadhog or Junkrat?
Junkrat.
Sorry.
But
Joey,
what
I think
happened
you're not
after
allowed to
that?
compare
I was
characters
right.
anymore. You weren't! No one agreed with you!
Everybody in the chat. agreed
No,
with me
no,
fully.
they didn't.
There's a
They
good-
did not. No. They're saying you're gaslighting me.
I'm not gaslighting. I'm a person that I have always respected creativity over anything. So like when developers just copy designs like that, I get
No,
really-
shut up. Stop. Joey,
They're just
Joey the Deceptive, why are you doing a bit like
They're
this? Why are you
copying-
misleading?
they're copying
I thought the
Edge
one
Runner.
man would come from my chat, and it's coming from my own house. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Gary, is this real? Gary, can you fact check Joey?
No, but I like his sword.
Yeah, you like his sword? Can you tell me anything else you think about his design?
That looks exactly like that.
Junkrat.
I didn't say they looked like it. I said that they are the same color palette. I said that Junkrat and that are the exact same. Look at it! That's insane! It's the same color palette. Put them side by side.
I can't believe we're rehashing this like 7 months later. The resemblance is uncanny, isn't it? Right?
Color. Look at the orange. Look at the green.
He does have green pants and he does have an orange glove.
I'm saying
no.
in the hue, it's almost identical hue, and they're both Australian.
Are they? I don't think this guy's Australian.
In Junkrat?
Genshin does not have Australia.
I don't know
Banned.
anything about...
Joey, you're getting banned in my chat.
I don't know anything
Okay, they're
about
saying this one's
Genshin.
fair. Okay, stop. You're not helping me. Shroommates, you're supposed to help me. Stop.
My league.
Okay, but if you agree with that one, you're just gonna make Jubby bear down on the fact that this is the same thing as
Dear
this.
Jubby,
Put
sincerely,
them side
what
by
are you
side
talking about?
And tell me they're not
Jubby
the
couldn't
same.
hear that, but my son Gary has said to you, dear Jubby, sincerely, what are you talking about?
Okay, well here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna grade him on.
Yeah. What is he?
It's difficult.
What is he?
It's difficult.
He's an animal. What is he?
He's.
What kind of animal is he? Tell me.
Let me look. Well, he's a cat. He's got the ears.
Not this again! It cannot be this again! We cannot have you saying that somebody's a cat again! Look at that! What is that? That's not cat ears!
Well, you were talking.
Are you pulling my leg? Are you pulling my leg?
You talked about it that the silhouette is supposed to be readable from a distance.
You know, that's true. If his silhouette is giving you cat from a distance, maybe that's not good. But that is a wing.
He doesn't look like a cat. He's got cat ears.
These are not cat ears. Those are wings, which I also was able to discern from a distance.
Here's the thing. Wings.
Maybe I'm more used to it from shorthand.
Wings.
Oh my god.
Wings go on a person's back, not on their head usually. So
You're right. Hang on. That is your critique. But we zoom in here. His cape does become his wings when he is moving and he is using it.
So again, I asked the question, why are the wings on his head?
Because that is an anime trope for design.
No, you know what?
Have you heard of... Actually, there's like 10 VTubers I could show you that had that.
The only time they have the wings on the head is if they're a succubus.
You have been told to get out by Gary. Also, no! What do you mean by that? That's a totally different kind of use for wings.
All right,
it does make the head focal. No, I'm not doing research on succubus. I'm not looking that up on my Safe for Work Say So stream. False. Yeah, apparently this is just how their species are. I'm used to this design trope in anime-style designs. I'm gonna guess Jubby is not. I say this is fine. It's fine. Owls have ears like that, kind of also true.
I think I am mostly just goofing and gagging. I think he looks all right. The only problem, if I'm gonna be honest, if I'm gonna be like serious with the critique.
Yeah. Yeah, can you give me like an actual piece of serious critique here?
The problem that I have is that he has multiple colors to his piece, right? We'll say 3 color. I'd say about 90% of him is gray. He's mostly monochromatic aside from those little bits of like actual breaking up his outfit. Mm-hmm. And all of the hues are so heavy towards like a gray tone. It just feels like it's all the same color. So when I look at his body, it's one big shape. If
you think this is a lot of it, I was kind of him for it. There are characters that are way, 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 way worse with it. There are characters that are way worse with it than this is.
Just because there's ones that are way worse doesn't mean that isn't bad.
I know. The problem is I think I'm getting desensitized to it, maybe. I actually gave him points for the fact that the black tones are transitioning into a brown, which adds visual interest, and they are shaded with dark blues in places. Maybe I am being too kind at this point. Maybe I do have to move that down.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sure.
My thing is, don't be rude to other people.
It's military gear, not meant to be flashy. Fair. I mean, I'm not being rude to anyone.
Oh, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying... But also, there's so many great characters that are military inspired and have like insane military outfits that talk about like camouflage and also being like serious. They just have more unique designs. I think he just kind of.
Sure. He's playing in the exact same tropes that Sephiroth is for me. Because Sephiroth also is all monochromatic.
He looks like Sephiroth.
Yes. So I think that was what their aim was. I do appreciate that there is some color.
But 1000% Sephiroth just objectively looks like a
Interesting. Oh, my mouth isn't working. Okay, so we have accidentally paused here. How does Jubby's brain work? That's a good question. I do wonder that from time to time. So I'm gonna continue grading him, which is to say that complexity versus clarity. Some of the dark tones happening in the body here are kind of merging together for me, unfortunately, where the trim of his coat is the exact same value, more or less, as his shirt and parts of the edge of his pants. So it's causing some clarity issues for me, but as far as level of detail goes, I'm not bugged by a lot of it because the things that are extra details serve some purpose for the most part. He's laughing behind me right now. Why are you laughing?
I'm trying to think of a funny character to compare this to.
Stop. Stop thinking of funny characters to compare characters to. Do that. We'll pick a new character and then you can compare that to someone else.
He looks like Soldier 76.
How did Jubby go David Martinez and not Sephiroth? Because Jubby has not played Final Fantasy.
I've never played Final Fantasy. I've never even watched the Cyberpunk anime.
I thought you did. Or no, Joe.
I watched it one time.
With your roommate.
I watched one episode of it.
Yeah. Takes are getting wilder and wilder. Okay, I'm sure they will. Complexity versus clarity. There's a little bit of clarity issue from some of the dark tones, but it is okay. For focal points, let me turn off the changes I had done so we can remember what he looked like without that. I still think his face is focal for me because of all the brighter values and the golds being most prevalent up there, so I would pass him for it. Level of detail's much higher down here, but I'm not looking at it. It is kind of pushed back, so I would give him full points for his focal point. Concept and motifs, despite Jubby not figuring it out, I got all the things I was supposed to get from his concept, at least.
My...
Also, thank you for subscribing with Prime.
Well, okay,
I honored you would
actually,
do so. Ashen and F.
What is he?
What do you mean, what is he? What do you mean, what is he? So, he has wings on his head, his shoes are stylized like hooves, he has a horsetail, he's a hippogriff. I didn't get that perfectly, but I can see that they're dropping the hints for it. He is older, and he's meant to be someone who is sort of more noble-like in appearance, which I'm getting from his hair. He seems a little morally gray. He does run an illegal clinic. He has his katana, and at first I was thinking that
How do you know all this, though?
Because I guessed all of these things and was right.
You guessed that he ran...
No. They told me that he ran the clinic. But these are things that I got from looking at him that were correct about as far as the vibe I was picking up from him.
Yeah.
The read I was getting on him was correct.
If we're being honest, his focal point does work well. I'm only looking at his head because not much else going on his body.
That is also true. That is also true. Joby guessed the age they want you to guess. Yeah, I guess morally gray. They clarified the illegal
Zoom
clinic.
in on him.
Zoom in on him.
Yikes.
Yikes? What do you mean, yikes?
Yeah, that's salon done. That's salon done.
What does that mean? Are you commenting on his hair?
That's platinum hair, yeah.
No, his hair's always been white, apparently.
Exactly, always been white, which means that he's actually only 39 years old.
They were guessing 35. So he is in his 50s at minimum.
Yeah, see, that's what they want you to believe. This man is cosplaying an older gentleman.
No, I don't think so. Also, the music stopped.
This man is trying to find love in his local communities as making himself look older than he is, but really he's actually 39 years old.
Size and how hard it is to get white hair IRL. It is. A lot of the operator designs feel like cop-outs. Just draw a normal human, put a funky hair on them. So the E2 and character profile, we'd never know. But they were interesting, intriguing. It's just anime tropes. Yeah, he is kind of a lot of anime tropes smashed into one place. He's got a granddaughter? Good for him! You can be 40 with a granddaughter. That is a possibility, though. What had I graded? Oh, freaking fruit fly. Silhouette. So, his silhouette, once again, I think he is completely symmetrical if he was facing forward, isn't he? I'd say he probably is, unfortunately. The dangling belts might be asymmetrical, but he doesn't even have what some of the other characters had as far as... Did the music really not come back? Hello?
Do all these characters have swords?
A lot of them do, not all of them. Not maybe all of them. Oh, I've been raided! Hello! Oh, hi, Twiggy! Welcome in! How are you guys? What's up? I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator. I am joined here in the room with me. Jubby, my partner, is here also. Jubby, say hi.
Yep.
Showmates, can you rotate for the raiders, please? Welcome in. What were you up to, Twiggy? Let me see. Let's snoop. Let's see. Valorant IRL just chatting. I was wondering if you were working on art mayhaps, but Valorant, maybe intriguing. Hope you had a good stream. Nevertheless, YouTube streammates, if you want to rotate as well, you can do moon phases like Callie has done. Hi, hello, welcome. We love the rotates. Yeah, get spun. Here, wait, I can rotate this man also. Whoops, hang on, that didn't work. Hello. Oh, it's because my mouse doesn't work. Get rotated. There we go. How was your stream, Twiggy? And if you and your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or snark meeing, please take care of yourselves. Oh, you were arting? Oh, you're the overlay's a liar. It's lying to me. What were you doing with your art stuff? What were you up to? Oh, now it's trying to reply to you. Oh, my mouse is broken. Help. What were you drawing? Could I entice you in maybe paying art tax? Hello. Rotate's really close to you. Would you like to show us what you were working on? We love to snoop. We love a delicious art snack. Normally I just zoom in on myself, but I am quite big and orbular right now. Joby's also playing games on the phone now.
I'm trying to look up because I think that actually they might have just taken the design from
No.
Soldier 76.
No! Stop!
Look up Soldier.
They look totally different. I know what he looks like.
Look up Soldier.
No, I'm not.
76
I know what he
right
looks
now.
like. No, I know what he looks like.
The
I
leather
refuse.
jacket, the all one-tone outfit except for the blue. Gray hair, older than you think he is.
For symmetry, scale texture is only on one side. Maybe it is only on one side, but his silhouette is completely. Whoa, jeez. His silhouette is completely symmetrical, which is boring. And unfortunately, due to his cloak shape, it is somewhat distinct from other characters in this game, but there's not a lot adding to positive or negative space here. He doesn't really have any negative space, other than like little bits of cut-ins around these little dangly belts, which are very impractical. So his silhouette is not fantastic for me, and we can draw a ladder on him also. They're saying they're surprised you didn't say Reinhardt also. I don't know what that one looks like.
Reinhardt's like a big golem guy. He's got a hammer. Am I right? I never played Overwatch.
I haven't either! Why are you pulling Soldier 76 in then?
Because he looks
His
like
chibi's
Soldier
funny, he's a
76.
rectangle. Good for him.
He's a big old rectangle. Look at Reinhardt real quick. Pull him up.
No, we've diverged so far accidentally. I was doing really good with pacing, and now I'm 20 minutes behind right now.
I'm gonna Google it on my phone.
Yeah, Google it. I'm not playing games on my phone. You can play games on your phone. You are
It says
permitted.
here that's... Wait.
Oh, can you see? Do you see this? Can you see where I clicked, but where it's starting the line? My mouse doesn't work. My mouse driver in my computer is broken for some reason, and it's driving me insane. Oh wait, also I don't have him.
Did I
He's still
spell
rotated
Reinhardt
subtly.
right? It
I
says
don't
Sam
understand Reinhardt.
Reinhardt, Canadian ice hockey player. Plays for the Florida Panthers.
Yeah, I bet this guy resembles that fella quite a bit. You know those hockey players? Long, white, luscious locks of hair, big, square hockey jerseys that are long and flowing, and they also carry katanas on the ice known as their skates.
Is he a hockey player?
Oh no, we're falling further. Oh no, got games on your phone? Just a little bit. Reinhardt's an old man in armor, so not even similar. Can only reference characters from media that has not been experienced. That's seems to be true.
That, I did lie a little bit. I played Overwatch when the beta came out, and then I told myself I'm gonna buy this, and then never did whenever it came out. And it was a big deal. They made a sequel.
I've heard. Eyeballs. Finally, I could line this up with his eyeballs. We have the top of his head, and then the top of his wings.
I see here you put
What
a
do you say?
line right here. They can't see what I'm pointing at, but I can assure you that body's all one big shape.
No. This is breaking it up at least. The
Oh,
shoulder
he's got a
pieces.
shoulder piece.
Yeah, the shoulder piece breaks it up. I can assure you, there's something. AJ, how old would you say Jubby looks? Ageless.
Yeah.
Jubby's been drinking from the Fountain of Youth on their Crusader journey. I have no age guess for what Jubby looks
I
like.
feel like you didn't get the bit that I'm doing.
I don't. I have no clue what the bit you're doing
You're
is.
doing Arknights, so I gave it a
Oh.
Knight Templar. I thought you would have picked up on that immediately. We talked about it for like a second, and then I didn't.
Oh. Here's the problem is that I just expect you to do things like this.
I cleaned out the closet and found it.
Good find, at least. I just am so used to you doing silly business that I didn't know what to think of it. Ladder offerings, maybe?
He looks, yeah, I mean, that's a good ladder.
That's not a very climbable ladder. I'll give him that. He's got not a lot breaking him up. But I will say, this is, ow, not climbable. Not a lot of asymmetry, not really all that much diagonal movement, although at least the bottom of his cape is angled. I want more of those things, so I will be grading him accordingly by going like that, potentially. Okay, so his grade is 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10. So he is the highest so far by 0.5. We've not got a grade over 8 yet today. Did the music stop again? Did we yap so long that the music stopped again? I believe it. Strong with asymmetry in my design. Look at IRL fashion, because real life fashion is rarely perfectly symmetrical, and adding more asymmetry to it does tend to make it more visually interesting. Maybe a new playlist. Oh, did it hit the end? I think it didn't loop, and that might be why. Oh, hang on. Wait, it's doing something. Okay, I think we have one more fella from the thumbnail to do, and then we can look at Thorns. Don't worry, we'll get to Thorns. We do have to get to Aya also, I believe. Maybe. Potentially. On the thumbnail, the score is accurate again. Oh, is it really? Did I give him an 8 out of 10 on the thumbnail? Did I guess right? Oh, now it's his theme? Did it accidentally play his theme right as we're leaving him goodbye? Farewell. Bye. Bye, Hellagur. Hellagur. Where is Skadi? Because I think she's our next one. Yeah, here she is. Skadi was our final one on the thumbnail today. Need a stream where Joby tries to do what EG does for a stream, like suggest colors and stuff.
That would be awesome.
Joby, do you want, I can sit over your shoulders and you guys can submit your designs to be critiqued and edited by Joby if you would like, maybe.
I've been asking.
Joby's home now because it's the summer. Joby wants to be on stream.
I've been home all month, and I've been asking to get on the stream to do my own thing.
Yeah, you can.
And they keep telling me no, not until July.
Yeah, it's July is next week, right?
Yeah, I guess.
My schedule's open now. So here's the thing. We can schedule some Joby visits. There's a game Joby and I want to play together on stream. What is that one called? The walking one? Made by the Goose
Walk.
Game? The Big Walk. We want a big walk together, potentially. Joby becomes streamer. Joby's not going to become a streamer on their own. Joby's just going to appear on my stream.
Yeah.
That's EG exclusive content for you. Joby is a EG exclusive. Also, yeah, her name is Skadi, and I got to remember that because
Skadi
it is.
doesn't know. All right. You want me to test drive this one? You want me to?
Sure. You give the test drive on this one. Give me the cold read on this one before they start telling you what's going on.
Sitting down would be nice. I've been standing this whole time.
Are you gonna pilot me?
I'll pilot you.
Okay, well here, let me extract myself from my own flesh and let Joby take over via the mycelial power bestowed upon me. Here, you can put the headphone in too. I'll even permit it.
Ow,
You'll hear if Gary speaks.
Ow, 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 I'm rotting from the inside. Oh, I've turned into a mushroom. Ah! Ah!
The new experience is.
How does this work? Where's the... There we go. All right, earbuds in.
Yeah.
Hello, guys. Hi.
No, stop. Do not. Do not.
Oh, it's so good to see you guys. The fingers aren't doing the
I'm
thing.
dying.
Fingers
Oh, stop that.
There it is. We got it.
Stop that. They're hitting you. They don't like it. They're hitting you.
Well, I followed OG. All right, all right.
Give the cold read.
Okay.
It's funny seeing how differently you pilot my body. Your face
Everyone
is so
run.
different from
Parent has been possessed by some kind of entity.
I've been yes. I'm I'm a ghost right now. All right. So let's look at this. What's her name? Give me your name.
It's Skadi.
Skadi. How old is she? Where does she
Doesn't
hail
matter.
from?
You tell me. Look at her and tell me those things.
Salutations unto ye, Jobius of
I'm
the
really
Dark
I'm
Room,
getting a
Master
salutation.
of Brain Rots, Wielder of Chairs, Constructor of War Machines, Seeker of Lost Paper Works, Extoller of Contrarian
I'm a little too
Felines,
tall.
Host of Family Feuds, Cosplayer of Crusader Garb, 07.
Okay.
People who are stuck in the ad are gonna be so confused. I think we switched one.
Oh, right. So yeah, back from the ad break. I'm getting slimed on.
Yeah.
I'm like Slimer Ghostbuster here. All right. So let's do a read on her. So number one, right off the bat, I'm getting a pirate. Reason.
Pirate?
Yeah, pirate comes from the hat. Look at the hat.
No!
No,
That's
no.
not what that hat signifies.
Am I allowed to pilot? Am I allowed to
Go
pilot?
ahead, pilot.
I'm gone.
They threw you in the air. They just agreed.
All right.
Go ahead, read.
Immediately reading pirate. Now, the reason I say that is because of the long billowing hair reminds me of a billowing sail of her righteous sailboat.
Okay.
The thing she holds on her back. How do I zoom?
Scroll in. You're looking at the monitor where it's really small. You could look
Gotcha.
at the tablet.
All right. Well,
Sit up just a little bit.
I'm
so
looking-
it shows you.
So, yeah, what is that object behind her? I can't really tell what her object is, but I believe that she has some sort of pirate origin. I don't know how to move it. How do you move
Oh. There's scroll bars? It's like Photoshop.
it? Oh, my
Not
fault.
with your finger.
No.
I pointed and we tried to use it like an iPad.
She's got the boots like a swashbuckler, and she's got
with the fur.
boots with the
I'm
fur.
looking at her.
Look at this. This is a fun little thing here. She specifically left an opening here for a little tummy action. That's kind of a nice, delightful take on it, because this character
Other
is
parent, What are your
Powerful?
thoughts on totally cute and nice co-alts?
No. Ryoko, do not stop.
What does that mean?
Cease means nothing.
Thoughts on totally cute and nice.
W's been silenced. Move on.
Okay, well, my logic is she's giving kind of this, like, I don't care kind of attitude. Nice red eyes, immediately letting you know that she's evil. Another thing that I really want to, I've been trying to say, but I don't have the words to say it because I don't think it's appropriate.
Sure. Also, the reason Joby is being permitted to do this is Joby is also an art teacher, so...
This is true.
So it's not like I just have a rando who is just telling you things out of nowhere. Joby is also an art teacher.
1000% something's happening here. She's got cutouts in the pants, and the only reason can I say this word?
I don't know what you're gonna say!
They're chaps of some kind.
Oh no!
Yeah.
They are, you're right.
They're specifically cut out only in here, which I find very inappropriate. I think the little bit of tummy was fine, but this...
Tasteful, but that's too much for you?
But this, it's like... my thing is, it's gonna be hot out there on the open seas.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be hot on the open seas, so you want to wear shorts, but then why also wear pants?
Wait. The cutouts are design elements showing her animal. I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all,
Oh,
actually.
right, she's an animal?
Oh, right, the animal's human. She's got flesh thighs. I don't believe you.
She does have flesh thighs, and she's got some kind
This
of...
is gonna be really confusing. We were raided.
Oh, hello, everybody.
Hi, I am Squiiji. I am currently not puppeting myself. My partner is puppeting me right now, but...
Do you wanna get back in for the raid?
We can just say hi. Welcome them in. Welcome in. Crewmates, can you rotate for them? I am Squiiji, freelance artist fungi. This is my partner Joby, who is me right now. Can you wave to them, please?
Hi!
Joby is home with me for the summer because they teach at school, so they are participating right now.
Hi! Hi!
Thank you for getting the shout out for them. Nebula, what were you up to? How was your stream? I hope it went well. Stop making me do nefarious hand gestures. Rube is a rough bunch to judge. Ah, I see. Joby be a stick streamer? I know. Joby, I think, is a better streamer than I am, and Joby's not even a streamer.
I think she's a good pirate. I think she would be a great pirate to have with us.
Hang on, I gotta...
Oh, my fault.
So, oh lordy, okay, well, so now we are Elder GG, but let me finish my sentence before the possession takes over. Would you like to share an art tax with us? Would you like to share with us what you were drawing? Would you like to pay art tax, Nebula? I offered it to Twiggy, but I think I lost Twiggy, and if there was a link sent, I did not find it. Elder GG, take it away.
Is that me?
Sure.
Okay, my fault.
Parent, I am scared.
Morbing.
I'm turning into a blob.
Yay! I'll keep an eye out for your link. Where are you? What are you doing?
I'm rotating. I'm a big egg. I'm gonna be honest, the last 5 minutes has been very confusing for me. I don't know what's
For
happening.
you, I got raided, so we need to say hi.
Gloop it up.
You did get glooped. You get thrown at the air. I will have to take back over for you because we do have to actually give like a real critique to these characters.
I'm giving a real
some
critique
point.
because I haven't even guessed the animal yet, but I know what the animal is. But they
Okay.
can't see it because I'm in the way.
LHEG is what animal this is. I don't know if you noticed, but Skadi is actually a mushroom that has a huge rotating terrible horrible head and will
Yeah.
accept offerings of fish crackers. For a normal person, yes, this would be disorienting, I'd imagine. Disorienting for me also.
This is really going on for a bit
Yeah,
here.
animals orb. Here, we can move it over. We can move you.
I was wondering this whole
Here,
time.
watch, like
Okay, whoa. slow it
LHEG be
down.
over here maybe.
Okay,
Oh, it took my face back for a second too. It's gonna be really confused. That's okay.
let me just real quick. I'm gonna give the finished up here.
Yeah.
I know what animal it is.
Oh, you're clicked into the wrong window right now. Bring your mouse. Ah! Stop clicking things in OBS. You're okay.
I'm clicking some in OBS. All right. So moral of the story is she's a whale.
Whale?
Look at the fins. Look at the fins.
Okay, sure. Okay.
She's
the
a-
way the hair is split, I could also see that. I could also see whale from the hair.
She got
She's
a
got fin.
she got a whale tail and she got the fins and she got the little flaps here. If not fish, she's a skate of some kind.
Okay.
She's a ray, and
Okay, aquatic animal. No, I see it. I was a little aghast, but you're right. I should let you cook.
I am agog. I am aghast.
Yes.
Um,
Oh, link got deleted. Don't worry, I will find it. I will share link as soon as Joby has been relinquished from my body.
I can leave the body if you want.
Finish your read. I've got the link, and I will put it in there. We will look at it. Give your rest of your cold read, and then we will snoop on art.
I have to figure out what whale she is, though, because her color palette mostly consists of grays. I'm gonna say she is either a noble humpback or a sperm whale.
I was gonna say killer whale, because she's black and white.
Oh, you know what? I do see that, but look at all the gray.
I guess, but it's her hair.
That's why I think she might be a noble humpback.
No, humpback is very noble, but do they have that much black on humpbacks?
They're kind of two-tone, and it depends. And the red is where she might have gotten struck by a propeller of some kind. And
she's bleeding.
But other than that, I think she's a great character, and I think she gets a 9.5 out of 10.
Okay. Wait, so you didn't issue with the amount of gray on the other character, but not this one?
Look how many different colors there are. There's gray, black. The problem that I had with the other one was that it was all a big chunk in the body.
Oh, okay, I
but
see.
This one, it's
actually,
distributed.
It is distributed a little bit more. This one, I am less interested by the color design of, though.
I am as well, I'm going to be quite honest with you.
Okay.
It's just that she now has a focal point that's multiple focal points around the body. As terrible as it sounds, like, my eyes will go here.
Yeah, primary should be the face. You can have secondaries.
And the primary works. The secondary, though, sadly, is not all this cool tail. It's these weird thigh windows.
That's every single female character in this game has their thighs as a focal point.
That's fine, and I'm totally
the focal point.
I'm totally fine with people expressing themselves through their body and what they care about. And she's worked hard as a pirate to get this body type, so she should be allowed to do that. But the only thing that I'm concerned about is what kind of beauty standards this implies on the community and society as a whole.
Wait, if she's a killer whale, don't they have, like, white on the underside?
I think yes.
Is that why her thighs are out?
She's a killer whale.
I see you guys telling me there's meaning for it. That's what it is, isn't it?
She's a killer whale.
I'm accepting it. Yes, they're saying yes! Yes!
Wait, were we right? She's a whale?
We're right! They're saying yes! She's a killer whale!
I'm so smart. I'm so smart because I was just joking.
You were close.
I was just joking. But that's awesome. Okay, we did it.
You're joking.
And everybody in the chat wanted to say that
joking.
I wasn't cooking. I'm not playing on my phone right now.
Take care of business.
And it makes sense because her eyes. So is she a pirate?
I don't think she's a pirate. I think she's probably a hunter. Think Bloodborne.
Oh, very much a Bloodborne-esque design.
It's that hat shape. It's the capelet. It's the boots. She looks like like a bounty hunter or like a ranger or something of that manner. Good hunter.
Let's go in on the face here. We didn't read her face, and you can actually learn a lot about people by their face.
The thing I have with her face is that her skin color and her hair color are, like, maybe ever so slightly different enough for me to not throw hands about it.
Correct. I was right about to say the exact same thing.
Were you?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so.
I think, is there a possibility that this is a spellbound person? Is she using... I think that she, in terms of combat, she looks like a spellcrafter, and I say that from the...
She's got a sword.
Is that a sword? I can't tell. It looks almost like
She's holding the strap. Zoom out.
Oh, it's a strap. I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a sword.
I mean, I saw it, but it almost looks staff-like. Oh, but it does come to a wonderful stinger right here. Yeah, so all in all, I think she's
stick. Yeah.
I think she's a great character. I think she gets a 9.5 out of 10.
Okay. That's the Jummy grade. Let me in. Let me drive the boat.
Okay. I
gotta
get yeah, one sec.
I'll have to reevaluate my thing. You gotta relinquish the body.
Oh, my body is ripping apart. I'm being put together.
I'm back.
Oh my god, you put my arms on backwards. My arms are the wrong sockets.
I'm surprised you ended up with your head on the correct body. I've been known to accidentally put heads on the wrong creatures. That's okay. You can have your bones back. Do you see how differently we pilot me? I, like, move my head so much, and I, like, really exaggerate the way I'm talking.
I was looking.
You were looking,
to study.
Yeah. Trying to scratch your back effectively. Yeah, that's true, Jubby. You're only looking on the downside here, actually. Yeah, it is funny. You can tell from the acting how different it is that we are, whoever it may be. So, my critiques of this design. I see the animal. I am willing to accept the thigh thing because they have done the thing that I've asked of them in other circumstances where they've cast a shadow on the thighs. So the focal point isn't completely stolen from the face. The thighs can be focal, but they are not the focal point to end all focal points. Keeps your eye moving around. We're creating a nice triangle here that we're moving through visually. Works. Focal point, A-okay. Also, the fact that the blue in the greatest quantity is kept up around the face, good for focal point. Her skin and her hair is close in value and in color, but they have enough steps between them that I'm not gonna be mad and throw hands and try and add more contrast between them. So I think that's fine. As far as color design goes, I will say I'm a little bored by it still, just a little bit. There's a little bit of red, which is helping, and the gray tones do have color, at least a little bit, but I wish that the blacks were rendered more similarly to how Gigi's is, where this is meant to be black, but it is actually really purple with blues and other colors in it. Whereas here, this is just straight up the color black. Straight up, full darkest value. None of these gray tones have color undertone at all. Zero saturation. So that ends up feeling just a little bit stagnant in a way to me. I just wish there was a little more undertone to it, mayhaps. But that is okay. I do like at least that the boots are brown and that's adding a taste of something else. I wish maybe that was more distributed somewhere else. Like this strap could be brown, or maybe the top of her coat or some other part of her capelet could be. I just likes to color the black like that. That's fine. I like a spot black, which is what's being used here. Spot blacks are when you are filling everything with the darkest value being used in the illustration to show depth or for clarity purposes. More so, the trouble that I would be taking is just that there's no saturation in any of the other gray values. Having a spot black that is pure black, that's fine. But I do wish there was something, some kind of temperature, because color temperature is how we can tell stories. We can tell things with emotions through color. So when there is some color, color makes us yearn for more color, and I'm yearning for just a little more color, right? That's like the classic thing in printmaking. The moment you foray out of black and white for printmaking, you have 3 colors. Suddenly the prints are begging for 4 or 7 or 15 colors. You gotta figure out what the bare minimum you can get away with is. I feel like this needs maybe one more thing happening here, maybe.
Could I make a claim that maybe it just one of the colors needs to shift to a warmer hue?
Maybe. The skin is really focal because it is like the only thing that is very warm. But I am wondering if, because the other thing is, I'm losing this edge a little bit because it's cool and this is shaded with cool colors too. So I'm wondering maybe if you're right. I wonder if we could try.
She's all cool. Like, she's just cool tone.
Yeah.
The only warmth you get from her is that little bit of red that is the smallest accent color on her.
Yeah, hang on. I'm gonna try something. It's not gonna look like this, but I'm gonna try something just to see how this goes. I know purple is still technically a cool color, but it's warmer than anything else. And I do think that she is kept in cool colors because she's supposed to seem kind of aloof, maybe. But let me go like this and turn it down and see if, like, color shifting some purple into this might add a little bit more interest that I'm looking for. Like, I feel like that adds a lot for me, although it might be too distracting.
It doesn't distract me. I'm still looking at those crimson eyes.
But I think that's adding some more of the depth that I would like. If you want colors, her alt is strong colors. Oh man, we gotta look at a couple of the alts too really quick at the end. Man, we have so many to get through here. Not a lot of time. So many interesting designs, so little time to look at any of them. And then you were saying having something that's even warmer. I wonder if we could push something all the way up into like a red color for like the end of her hair for the color. Whoop, color. Nope, that's the blur tool. This is gonna be way too much, and I'm gonna turn it down and I'm gonna blend it out. But, we'll see.
Like her hair got soaked in the blood of her enemies.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Because she's a killer whale, right? And it could be, maybe even like, I could make it more intense if I pushed it back so it's only on the tips. But I feel like that might be something interesting as well. Killer. Just a little subtle red, maybe. Red orca. Extremely relevant to what you're talking about right now. Ah, noted. So we'll see the relevancy. Ah, we forgot to look at the art tags. Hang on, we have art tags to look at also. I had a thread of thought. I re-entered my body. Pardon me for my lateness, my tardiness at looking at art tags. I got distracted. Joey has left me now too. I'm a little all over the place right now, but look, here's oh wait, you can't see it. Hang on, let me copy it. Let me put it somewhere where the shroommates can see. What? Art tags! Don't worry, I saw it got nuked in the chat, but I got it anyway. I'm sneaky, I'm conniving, I'm able to yank things, I got it. Are these Deltarune characters? I think that's what you said earlier. They're so cute. Oh, wait, hang on. EG Say So Stream. Ah! Ah! You can kiss my booty cheeks. Consume the art tags. They're so cute. I love the colors. They're so scrumptious. A little bit of pink in the line art really adds a lot to it, doesn't it? It's nice. Also, I like your fish man. Is this a Deltarune also? They have fish with leg in that game? I only just recently learned that Deltarune is a continuation after Undertale, or that it's related in some manner. I didn't know that. I thought they were totally separate different things. But these are cute. The greens are nice, the pops of pink are nice, the color palette's nice. It's cute. Sure, mates. Can you say thank you for the art tags? Can you say thank you for the delicious, delectable art tags? Monster from Metaphor Refantasio? Interesting. I'm not familiar with that one, but it's cool. We love to see it. I love a good fish. Thank you for sharing with us. It is scrumptious. Nom 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 nom. Delectable. Thank you. YouTube fellas are saying thank you too. If you see in the up top there. Maybe the same peeps who made Persona? Oh really? Is it maybe it's Atlas? Question mark? Or a different same peeps, not same company? Question mark? Or same developer? Intriguing. Color me intrigued. It was cute. We love to see it. Thank you for sharing. Also, I don't know if I said earlier either, but if you and your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or smirking meing, please take care of yourselves. I was a little distracted earlier, I apologize. If you want to stick around and hang out, I appreciate it, but do not feel pressured to. I would prefer you take care of yourselves. Skadi! Skadi! Skadi? Skadi. I can't remember already. A little bit of red in the end of the hair might be nice. A little bit of blood. I think that'll push us more towards Killer Whale. I think all the hints are here for Killer Whale, although the ears on her hat are definitely a Skadi. Skadi, okay. The ears on the hat are definitely a red herring. I can't think of what. Is this just the back fin and I'm seeing something else? Like I could see these being fins and that being a back fin, but I don't know if I'm understanding this. Orca flaps. I guess their positioning though, like if we want these to be flaps or something, I feel like we don't need this one. Why do I have an airbrush still? Because I'll read this as like a back fin or something. But with two of them, I was reading them as cat ears, so I was getting misled. That's why I initially, when Joby was like, she's a whale, I was like, what? Because I was overreacting A, but also B, I really thought she was a cat for a split second. Then you deleted as a side fin. Oh, is it just the posing that's making it unclear what's going on there? I will look at her E2 just real quick, just to see if that makes sense of it. Oops, I put an H in her name because the way you guys are spelling it. This does kind of sound like a Cult of the Beast song. This sounds very different than a lot of the other ones. All cats have cat ears. Ah. E2's terrible? Uh-oh, so never mind. Is it even worth it? Oh, this is totally different. Wow, she has lost all the things that make sense of what her character is for me, and she's no longer visibly the correct whale. There's just backgrounds. Whales. What happened? They changed her outfit. I'm not getting the bounty hunter thing from this. I'm not getting the orca because they've changed her thighs. I can't see her hair as well, so the fin isn't as prevalent, and then the back fin on top of the hat isn't there. What have you done? Why'd you get rid of all of it? I needed those things. Fellas, put the hat back. She lost her silhouette, and also turning her capelet. This is just like a more generic fantasy outfit. What have we done? Why? Original Chase waifu from game launch. Oh, okay. I like her default better than this one. Strange statement, maybe. I'm not here for that. Nope. This one sells the character much better. Let me start grading her. Or we will never get anywhere. We only have 40 minutes left, and I have to look at Thorns, and we are supposed to look like Aya, and we're supposed to look at alts, and we're supposed to look at... Good God. Hey, I have a question. I have a question for you. We usually don't do this. But I will make a consideration just because the cast is so much bigger and because I did make some promises about who we would look at. Unusual to take 3 weeks on something. there's a lot more going on in this game than in most of the others, because it's older than the other games we've looked at, and there's way more characters than most of the other games we've looked at. Next Thursday, I have something scheduled already. Next Thursday is going over the Clown Miku designs with Yam. However, next Friday, would you be open to us coming back so that next Friday we're not gonna look at new characters, we will just look at the alternates, at the alts, maybe. Would that be okay? And if we look at extras at the end or something, we do an EG's choice and I pick a couple extras. Would that be all right? Let's do it? Okay. I figured you guys wouldn't be like, no, EG, don't. EG, that sounds terrible. How could you make us look at Arknights again for a third week? Come on. But there's not as many alts for us to look at, but a lot of the characters we have looked at, we have been consistently saying, look at her alt, look at their alt, look at the alternative. The alternative would be good, we should see it. And I've just been really slow moving through these for some reason. So I would like to give this a fairer chance because I think we've also critiqued an unfair amount of way older characters. So what I think we'll focus on here today is for the rest of our 40 minutes here together, yeah, suggest alts for next stream. Suggest that specifically in the comments of this stream. I think Texas is going to be given. I think Lapland is a given. Skadi also maybe, but suggest alts to look at. And then we can do what we did for Guilty Gear, but we can compare their original version to their alt version to see if they've made good considerations and made the design stronger, clarified the concept, clarified things with color and all those things, or if we're losing things, because that is also always an option. So we can do that. And yeah, we can read maybe people were talking about before. Arknights original designs of crossover characters? I would say unclear. Usually crossover characters we stay away from just because they're too much influenced by the design of their original, like of their existence in whatever the original medium is. But maybe I can look at them. But yeah, do in the comments mention that somewhere. Check out her twin sister. Okay, intriguing. Arknights fandom starving for content will be here begging for more every time. Noted. So I mean, out of all the games we've looked at, the games that I have had the most potential interest in ever playing, we played a little bit of Honkai Star Rail, but that didn't really hold me very well, unfortunately. I felt the combat was a little bit lacking, so I didn't really get into it as much as I thought I would. But Reverse 1999 and Arknights would not be unheard of for me to play someday also, maybe. So we'll see. Might not be the end of Arknights that we see. They're both turn-based combat games. I like their chibi styles. And their designs won me over. I played Honkai Star Rail because the Shroommates voted on it for me. But out of my own volition, Reverse 1999 and Arknights so far are winning me over a little bit, visually based in designs. And I'm intrigued to hear about the storytelling maybe, so we'll see. Turn-based? Yeah, it's my turn to be based. The combat is not real-time. Yeah, it's a tower defense, so it's not completely real-time, isn't it? Or am I misunderstanding? It's tower defense, so you have a setup phase and there's an action phase, right? Or am I misunderstood? Is it real-time? No. It's a title RTS. Oh no! Oh no! So maybe not. Maybe that actually, I'll have to watch some gameplay of it to see if it's something I could do. Like, I don't dislike real-time strategy. I like strategy games. That's usually the genre I like, but I was thinking it'd be like Fire Emblem. That was my understanding of the way it was working, but maybe not. Game's pretty forgiving at low level. Okay. I am not gamer. Disclaimer, I am not gamer. Now you set up as enemies come. More like Plants vs. Zombies. Oh, I can do Plants vs. Zombies. You can pause at any time. Okay, I will tell you also my favorite game right now is Against the Storm, which is real-time strategy. And that's a game that I like because I can pause. So maybe it'll be okay. We'll see. We'll see. Reverse 1999, I was told, is not real-time completely. Basically, Plants vs. Zombies at low level will get tough later on. Okay, I'm not worried about endgame for any game that I play. I'm never an endgame player. I don't play things competitively. I'm just a silly little guy. So I'm not worried. Yeah, years away. I'm not gonna worry about it. Reverse is not real-time at all. Yes! Yes! Because the problem is I like to yap. I love yap. I haven't played Against the Storm since release. It's good. It's good. The game's good. Play it. Play Against the Storm. They've made a lot of updates and they're really good and it's really fun. It's like the only game I play. I love, what is it called? I watch a lot of Vine Sauce, and what did they call it? Oh no, that was Sleep the Spire for Slay the Spire, but I like slow games. Anyways, yeah, Skadi, we've kind of tangented. Limbus Company, we haven't gotten a look at yet, so we'll determine if I'm interested in it once we get to critique the character designs. The number one way to get me into a game is for me to like the character designs, so we'll see. Arknights even has a base builder game mode. Interesting. Very text-heavy game, though. Not really conductive to stream. I mean, I'm not saying I'm going to stream the games inherently, but I'm saying I might try playing them, and then that might make me more likely to talk about them more later in the future, maybe. We will have a tier list for Arknights, though. We'll see. We'll find out. Who knows? Also, if I'm reading, it's maybe not the worst. We'll find out. But, Skadi. My girl. Skadi. Color palette. It's lacking some interest for me, but I'm not having clarity issues. So I can't be that harsh. For silhouette. Her silhouette's actually pretty decent. Them working the tail motif into her hair is a good move. The boots having a little bit of a flare at the top. Her capelet. The flare of her cape. Usually I'm not always on board with cape. The cape's fine. The hat has a very interesting silhouette. The way that they've decided to have her hold the sword is also very visually interesting. So I would say I think she passes. I can't tell if the cape is symmetrical or not. It might be, in which case... Oh no, wait, it's got cutouts on one side, but not the other. Wait, is she another fully symmetrical character? God, tell me she's not. Let me do a ladder check also, because I hadn't yet. Let's find out. Oh, you can, like, see in real time. Do you see where I clicked? Do you see the square? Do you see how it didn't sync up with it? Ugh. Oh, that is the top of the canvas. Okay. So bottom of shoe, top of shoe, bottom of thigh cutout, top of thigh cutout, bottom of belt, top of belt. I agree with Jubby. The tummy cutout is tasteful. Capelet. I don't really know where I draw the lines for her cape itself, or for, yeah, the back of the cape itself. End of the collar and her chin. Her eyes definitely get a line. Her hair doesn't really get its own line. The hat definitely sits at an angle, though. Both the top and bottom. Ladder! Oh, bye, Core! Thank you for hanging out. Also, nobody, thank you for following. Nobody, 11111. Masters take forever anyways. Miss the hairline for the ladder, or does that not count? I would say there's not enough contrast on the hairline for me to count it. Because it's kind of like the shadows are merging a little bit for me. But it's not too bad. It's somewhat safe. There is at least clustering happening in the upper body. There's a little bit of diagonal movement in the upper body. And the spacing that's happening, I'm not really seeing stuff that's as samey as some of the others, where there's a little bit of repetition here, maybe a little bit here. But it's okay. It's okay. I would say not that climbable. We've got some big gaps, we've got some tight gaps. I wish maybe there's a little more detail clustering or contrast clustering happening around the face, but this is okay. I would be willing to pass that, but her silhouette is completely symmetrical, unfortunately. So, there. Complexity versus clarity. She's fine. I think that the detail that's there is fine. I am having clarity trouble discerning her glove versus side of her cape on the outside. Like, a lot of these black tones are merging for me, which is coming back to that color issue we were having. So I think I might put it there for that reason. Focal points. Unusual move for the girlies here, but I would say her face is focal. Good work. It's because her hair's really bright, her skin's really bright, her clothing's all really dark, and they pushed her thighs back by making them darker. Nice. Works for me. Concept and motifs? Jubby figured it out, despite joking. Jubby was kidding, but they made the right moves. Jubby, who was not able to figure out Hellagur, figured it out. So I think that by default means that we're gonna get some points in that category there. Jubby was just goofing around to hit the nail on the head. I think that means full points for that. I think I severely accidentally underscored her. Although, actually, I may take more points off for color. I feel a little torn to do it, though. Old units and designs haven't been the greatest at being interesting. Basic, all uniform, not as out there and diverse as new ones. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm not being as harsh as I need to about the colors being not interesting, and this one has some clarity issues because of the darkness of certain things. 2, 4, 3, wait. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. Wow! Wow, 3 7.5s? I'm really surprised that we've had so many similar grades here. Not bad. I'll have to correct my thumbnail to make them all 7.5, except for Hellagur, who got a half point more. This is funny. It is consistent, I will give it that much. And I do have to specify, I didn't say this as a disclaimer earlier, but I do often have people saying, oh, you gave this character in Genshin a 9, but if you were grading them in this stream, you would have given them a 7. It's like, well, yeah, I am kind of grading all of them within their own universe. I am much harsher on games that have much more cohesive and stronger styles, that have better art direction, because I can be more nitpicky. I'm not giving them the concession of, yay, you finally gave me a character with a color, or like, woo, your character actually has a silhouette. Like, unfortunately in Genshin Impact, I was taking everything I could get. I was given points for everything I could, and I also wasn't fully psychic damage at that point. I may have to regrade. So there are characters who scored higher than characters here from other games, despite the fact that I would say that they are not stronger character designs. Each character design that I'm scoring is just, their score is comparable only within their own universe. Yes, 7.5 Knights. So I would say that comparable to other characters, I would say, yeah, like Skadi, Asbestos, GG, similar. Very, very, very similar as far as their success goes. And then 2 weeks ago, the ones we looked at who maybe higher or less in grade, it's acceptable. Yeah, they've got fine designs, and I can be a little more nitpicky. None of them are perfect. I would say even me, EG, is not that great. They're above average in their game, essentially. Yeah, like, the 9 I gave to, I think I gave, Boot Hill a 9? He is above average in his game, which is why he gets a 9. He is above average in design for Honkai Star Rail. Same with Argenti, I think. But, like, in this game, I would say these are kind of average for their game. There's other characters that do things better and sell their concepts more clearly. Yeah. Except Goldenglow's been all old operators today. Okay, so we do have to look at Thorns, because we kept talking about Thorns, and that would prime us nicely for looking at Thorns' alt. Tell me if is this the original Thorns? Question mark. A lot of old operators. So Thorns. Is this the original Thorns, OG? Okay, good. So why don't we look at OG Thorns, and then we will maybe round out, if we can, if I manage to move quick enough, round out with a newer character. So that way we can get a glimpse of how things have changed over time. How old is this one? How old is original Thorns? Also kind of old. That's okay, that's okay. We can pick a final character that's a newer one. Okay, so we're gonna take a look-see. Don't tell me anything about this man. I love the design of his weapon, however. Gnarly. Good positive negative space on it. Very aggressive. Let's see. So looking for animal characteristics is very interesting. We've got stars as a retweeting motif. I see a wing, maybe, on the necklace. We've got a bag on one side that is holding something in a canister that is being fed into his sword, which I'm guessing is what's dripping. His name is Thorns. I'm not really getting that strong of a wing motif. Where is the music? Hi, hello, come back. Come back to me, my angel of music. You get the animal, you're our god now? Oh, lordy, okay. I'm gonna keep looking, don't tell me. Oh, fruit fly. I'm not even looking at the chat at this point. So I'm gonna guess occupation and then see if I can come back for animal, because I'm a little stumped right now, but I may have to look a little bit longer to get it. I'm thinking about poison because of the dripping. It feels kind of nefarious, very sharp, very spiky. Got some vials attached to the clothing. Does he work for one of the medical and or scientist places is maybe my guess. Wait, I have a guess for his animal, and I'm only making that guess because we looked at a Cookie Run Kingdom character who I think, hang on. I am Googling a Cookie Run Kingdom character to see if that's what's happening. Hang on, wait. Hang on. I don't know what her name is. Is she just called, hang on. I'm not gonna announce what I'm thinking to you. Because I'm thinking about spiky and yellow and drippy with the color of black. What the hell is her name? The straight one. What is her name? No. She's got a motorcycle. Street Cookie. No! The Google search of street cookies doesn't work! Hang on, I'm not looking at any of you. Okay, wait, hang on. Is it Urchin? Is her name Urchin Cookie? Hang on, wait. Yes, hang on. Are these eyes? That's what's making me think this. It's the black color combo with the black and the gold, and these are eyes, aren't they? Am I right? Did I get it? No way? Did I get it? It's only because we've looked at Street Urchin Cookie because I was confused by her. I didn't understand her. He's an urchin. It's the poison. I don't understand what this is. But also the repeating star motif. We're emphasizing sharpness. I see it. I'm picking it up. Squeegee's our god now. Yeah! Yippee! I have truly ascended to godhood now, huh? Yeah, no, I see it. I will say a sea urchin is not an easy thing to make a character design based on. Yeah, and sea urchin meat is yellow, which I know because of Cookie Run Kingdom, but also because Jubby's been showing me these videos at night of, I think the guy is Chinese. He goes out into tide pools and just like grabs stuff and like whacks them open, sticks them in a pot and boils them on TikTok, and he will just like yoink a sea urchin and get like just a little stabbed, but then just like crack it open and eat it raw, and they are yellow. So I figured it out, yeah. Acquired taste? I have heard that. I have heard they're an acquired taste. You decided not to look at chat to be spoiled by own memories, but is it spoiling? If there is a precedent for sea urchins being depicted in the color scheme of black and like sort of like a gold undertone with spiky elements, I don't think that's spoiling. I think I have been exposed to this combo of shorthand before, these hints, and I was able to put the pieces together. Yeah, he's an urchin. Technically when he throws his attack, he throws his, we're say-so here, don't say that. Yeah, I'm applying my knowledge. I'm applying the knowledge I've gained. I did it. I figured it out. What is his profession? No clue. He's a scientist of some sort. Maybe he is creating the poisons he's using to throw at people. The usual slew of scientist, doctor, alchemist. They all use the funny little vials. Okay, alchemist, yeah, I believe that. Feathers from his friend. Oh, I see. It's his synthesized poison. Interesting. I'll allow it. Good job. Okay, I'm in the ballpark of it. As far as making it clear that he is an urchin, I wish, because here's the thing, we said this about Asbestos. If he didn't have his weapon, I would have never guessed what he is. Never would I have guessed what he is, ever. Because that gave me all the hints I needed. Radial design, something that's arcing radially, plus these little motifs that are squared off that look like eyes, the dripping that's happening with the gold. I would have never pieced this together if I did not have the weapon, which means that his design itself is not selling it. I feel like Street Urchin, not to be comparing across things, urchins don't have eyes? What are those things they have then? They've got those little like circly things. They look like eyes, at least. I don't know my marine creature biology, but sea urchins have... I feel like I associate them with having the funny little circles on them, but I guess they're not eyeballs. This one has one. That's not an eye. Their mouth? Oh. That's the mouth, maybe. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of clams that have all the tiny little eyes, or things that look like eyes to me, lining them somewhere? Maybe I'm getting confused. That's not helping. But we don't have this super long, needle-like sharp protrusion happening anywhere else on this design, and I feel like that's a disservice right now to the design. Where if we had really long, sharp shapes, that would help. The weapon does count as part of the design, but it's not a part of him as a character, unfortunately. Would not be unusual, potentially, to see this person without a weapon. We kind of got into this debate earlier with Asbestos, where If it is something that they would be assumed to have on them at all times, then I would consider it part of their design, but this is a separate object from him to some degree. It's kind of hard. A radial design on like earrings or something that'd be better. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if this shape here was repeated somewhere else, we need the spikes to be on the body. We're only getting the hints about what he is. I mean, the stars are helping, they're sharp. But if this was showing up on his necklace, on his cuff, even if it was just like, we have this gold appearing as like detailing on the cuffs, where we're getting these really like horribly spindly shapes or something, that would at least help maybe point me a little bit more in the right direction. Something radial for an earring, like repeating this kind of shape for an earring. He has an earring on, but I can't really tell what it's doing. The image is so crushed, unfortunately. But like, if we had, if I use black, it'll be against the hair, which isn't gonna work great. But like, you know, if you just had the something that's not clipped, please. Repetition of this shape where we have, how's that working? And then the big sharp things coming out of it. It might be mistaken for like sun imagery, but I think we just need more of that somewhere. Talking about the right Asbestos with the big shield? Yeah, Asbestos. We were talking about Asbestos as far as props go, where the only thing that made me guess she was a salamander particularly was the fact that there was a real life salamander hanging out on her lantern. Her E2 clarifies it a lot better, but it's the similar issue where we were talking about whether or not we can consider the lantern and the complete other living creature a part of her design, and the verdict for me on this one was no. For this one, I just think we need more of this. Even if it was a motif where strength was a like pin on the collar, or if we have just like a little like thing where we get it being really big and sharp somewhere else here. We just need more hints, I think. And for him being an urchin, I am surprised that his hair is so flush to his head. I feel like we could very easily have his hair have a little bit more life to it, and that would push me in the direction of urchin a little bit faster just by looking at him. Till sea urchin VTubers exist. Is there a sea urchin VTuber? I'm not familiar with any of them. If there's a sea urchin VTuber out there, you're welcome to tell me who they are. I'm intrigued. Let me look up his E2 since you're saying it clarifies it. Thorns. Also, the name is also, I feel like, a little bit misleading to me too, because based on the name, I was trying to figure out a plant motif maybe. The sea urchin was like my out of left field guess, kind of. I found 2? Really? I'm intrigued. Can you put them in live suggestions just so that I can find them later? I'm intrigued. There's a VTuber for everything. Yes, there is, and there's going to be even more of them. Whoa, okay, so that's kind of crazy. Honestly, I don't think that looking at this, his outfit or the way his hair is makes it any clearer that he's an sea urchin to me, unfortunately. So I'm not giving him that. I think as far as concept goes, for him being an alchemist, that is one that is not especially easy as a profession to give us. The shorthand for it ends up being all really cliched. But you could have like alchemical symbols, things to do with synthesis, if he is like pens or other practical objects that help him with his synthesis maybe, which I guess is what this is doing inside the bag. It's tough. Is there a VTuber that's a water clock yet? No clue, but if you Google those words, you might find it. There's a theory that he's a crown of thorns starfish. Wait, so is it not proven that he's an sea urchin? Is that not a confirmed thing? Question mark? Interesting. Alchemy parts come with his alt. Oh, okay. Okay, so we'll compare that next week, I'm sure. So Hoyo it with the clothes. No, we don't have to Hoyo it with the clothes. I just need a little bit more in the way of hints, potentially. Defenders don't even have shields. Look at pennants, you don't think defender. He is a sea urchin. Oh, okay. Okay. Don't permit me to get one guide. So, color design-wise, unfortunately, he is more visually boring for me than the other characters we had looked at were, where we're not getting as much variation in the undertone, and the clothing being overwhelmingly white. It's this specific proportioning. When you have a character in this game, or in games in general, that have their primary color, 60% of their design is white or black, 30% of the design is then also white or black, and then 10% is a color, it ends up feeling very safe, because it works. It's hard to make that not work, but it feels so samey to me at this point, and it's kind of boring, unfortunately. There's cream, and it does transition to cooler values down here. They did push his legs back, which is good, so it keeps the focal point higher, but the color design is just not that interesting for me, unfortunately. I feel like they could do better. There's a little bit of blue hanging out, but that's not even, it's not even in the actual character's design. It is just in the shading also, where I feel like the blue, if they would have given him blue on the inside of his hair, would have been interesting. Some sea urchins have that blue like mouth thing going on. That could have been interesting. It's just a little bland for me, unfortunately. I will say, I do agree. People are saying all the white does make his face stand out, which is true. This is the warmest like red undertone area we have in the design. So it does make you want to look there. But honestly, for me, do you want to know what the focal point is? Tell me what it is for you. But the focal point for me is strange almost too. Tell me, what's the focal point for you? Tell me. I'll wait. I'll take a sip of my water and maybe even eat a fish cracker. I'm seeing variety. Okay, I see variety. I'm gonna eat a fish cracker. My fish crackers are still stale. We haven't replaced my fish crackers. I discovered they're stale on Monday. For me, it's the jacket. Okay, so for me, the order of things that I go through here, I end up looking immediately right here to this star because the brightest white in the illustration is here on the chest. Then, because of this being a sloping shape down in white, I end up looking down and hitting the sword because it's where the most of this gold color is. So I end up looking at the sword, which ends up just kind of pulling me around and keeping me in this area. The face, I could see a claim being made for being partially visible, but I think the issue is still that his face is all in the shadow, maybe? Or that we've accidentally put really bright whites near it in a way that's not making his face as focused as it could be. And also, his eye color isn't helping either. If his eyes were really dark, if there were brighter things, it's just the contrast isn't working to make his face as focal as it maybe could be. Gold on white stands out with the rest of the outfit is sand. Yes, the gold on the white really stands out when everything else is much more muted. It's not as bright. But his face does make a good play, at least, because it's got a lot more red in the undertone, and there's not as much of that happening elsewhere. So, what that means is I just think that the white is just too strong on this. And I'm going to, once again, kind of just ignore the weapon being so focal because, again, it's not a part of him. It's like, even if I just push this back to, like, this amount, it still feels like it is an object that is white, but it feels like it's sitting in more of a shadow. There. So now that's less distracting for me. Honestly, I might even darken just a little bit more of the stuff that's around that area too, because like this is still also that bright white. This glove is also that bright white. Just so that then by being so bright, they aren't as contrasting. And then I feel like his eyes are orange. We could have really saturated them up. Saturation. Whoop. A bit and made them brighter. Maybe not that bright, that's too much. But just a little bit more saturated. And then because his eyes will seem like they're almost glowing to us. Yeah, love eyes being brighter. But I think that's making his face win a little bit more as the focal point. What in the AI did I get in the ads? Oh, I hate Twitch. I hate Twitch that they give such strange ads. I found out some of my friends were getting like real Gamba ads, like DraftKings ads on their Twitch streams. Evil. I wish I could control it. Unfortunate typo. Uh-oh, what was your typo supposed to be? What was it supposed to say? What were you supposed to say? As I stand on the altar. Oh. Either face or weapon. Leasing for next time knows this. Oh, sexist man. Self-proclaimed sexist man. That's funny. Okay. Oh, Jubby in my YouTube chat. If you're wondering who Clandestine Wizard is, that's Jubby in the YouTube chat. This is not even the character they're talking about, Jubby. So you can't even say this one looks sexist. Leave me alone. What is the Xbox gamer tag? Yeah. Hey, Jubby, keep my chat safe, thanks. So, Thorns. Color design. Lacking. I'm bored. Focal point. It's not the face. It's the collar and the sword. Face can be made to be focal, but it's not quite right. Thorns slander from Jovi out of nowhere. Jovi agreed that this guy looks sexist knowing nothing about him and not even knowing we're not talking about him. Jovi does have some interesting names. I will agree with that. Not fully wrong. Thorns is a bit of an interesting character. Does Thorns have thorns? Is Thorns maybe not as completely, totally pleasant as you may like him to be or may wish? Is he more like Asbestos than I'm thinking? Unpleasant. Silhouette. His silhouette, the sword silhouette, fantastic, beautiful. I want to know, do you guys have the answer to this maybe? Is the same person who is designing the characters, designing their props, or do they have a separate prop designer? I feel like this is a question that I ask often, because I know in some circumstances, in 3D games especially, the props are designed by completely separate people, and then they're just made into 3D. However, here it may be the same person? The only person who really vibes with is Elysium's best bro. If this prop is designed by the same person, they really know how to design props to have really interesting positive negative space, interesting design as far as the fact that we're feeding the poison into it through a tube and all of that. But his silhouette itself, for him, is really lacking. His hair doesn't really add a lot. The clothing's really close to the body, just about everywhere. One of his pant legs being shorter than the other feels a little bit awkward to me. It feels like that sort of shoed in asymmetry as opposed to sort of a natural asymmetry. Same deal with one of his sleeves looking like it's longer than the other for a reason I'm not able to discern. I don't know. Are the artist also the character designer? That's another good question that I don't have the answer to here. Depending on what kind of media it is, yes, sometimes the character artist is also the character designer, but I don't know if that's the case for this one. Nice, that's what I was thinking. Jubby, don't lie. Were you really thinking this was a sea urchin? Did you actually think so? You may never know NDAs. That is also true, potentially. Oh, hi, Revity! Hello! Missed so many crits. Oh no! It's okay, don't worry. We are, I guess, towards the wrapping up end of it. Yes? Oh, okay, good work, Jubby. I guess sea urchin too. Apparently we are gods among men for having guessed that. Festival side story. Interesting. Literally there's a voice line about his pant leg being rolled up. Okay. If it's part of the character, we're getting into like Watsonian versus Doylist interpretations of character. If he's an in-universe reason for rolling his pants leg up, that's fine. However, it just looks strange. It's just a little odd. Looks like the sea urchin from What Surfs Up. Wait, really? I didn't think about that, but that's true. I also was thinking about looking a little bit like another character from another game, so that's why I figured it out, but I could see that. Playing with the weapon being visual, but I think the point is for the team building. You know, their classes. No, I see, my complaints are about the character's design itself. I love the weapon design. The weapon design is gorgeous. The positive negative space is beautiful. I can tell exactly the utilization of it. It's clever. It's not just a straightforward sword. There's another angle to it. The prop design is fantastically done, which is why I was wondering whether or not everything's designed by the same artists. Thorns Illustrator's the same as Texas and Lapland. Oh, interesting. First event very much showed that. Messy, kind of irresponsible. Oh, okay. I would have not gotten that vibe from having looked at him. He doesn't look... His bag is a little bit askew, but he doesn't... I didn't really do a vibe read on him either. So here's the thing. Concept. His sword tells me everything I need to know about him, but I think some of it could be clearer in his actual design itself. For silhouette, it's lackluster for me. He's too symmetrical and the asymmetry feels shoot in. I should draw a ladder on him and see how that goes, but I don't think that's going to change where my placement of grade is. One with shoe, there's like a second one there. Shoes, one pant leg, one with coat. There's I don't really know where to draw in there, but I'd probably put one here maybe for the sleeves. When they're down, there's like one here, there's one here. His scarf is only on one side, his shoulders are here. Chin, eyes, hairline, top of head. So, despite some of these being only half steps, this is all very similar in width, all the way up through. This is pretty good. There is at least asymmetry, I'll give him that, but yeah. Yeah, this is a no ladder. This is a ladder I wouldn't climb, potentially. But I think as far as the asymmetry feeling a little bit awkward and wanting maybe a little bit more of it, and the actual design itself, and the silhouette itself being kind of lackluster for me, I think that'll stay where it is. Collective has clarity, however, I don't really have any complaints. I don't have any issues with reading objects against each other. I don't think the level of detail is too much. I think he would pare down pretty easily. He does not look like somebody who'd be an affront to me if I wanted to draw them. So I think that's probably his strongest category here. What is this? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5? I feel bad. I feel like this always happens. Y'all show up and y'all tell me who your favorite is that you want me to look at on the stream, and they get the worst grade out of the bunch for the day. This is not the first time this has happened, but be aware, it happened to me too. I had to give my favorite character in Guilty Gear the worst score of the day. I think he even got a worse score than Thorns is getting, so don't worry about it. Rate all the Thornifications? No. No, not today. But we'll do that next time. I want to really quickly, can you guys suggest me, I know it is 6 p.m. Can you really quickly suggest me a final character who is a new character I can look at? We only got through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 6 isn't bad. Look at Thorns Altar. Revity, we're gonna look at Thorns Altar next Friday, probably. Gladia or Pianist might be interesting since they're related. Okay, Lumen? Oh, I see a lot of similar names. Hang on. You're moving so fast, I need to copy these names somewhere. So I'm gonna guess that Lumen is a popular one. I'm gonna guess that Pianist is a popular one. Let me... Nope, hang on. Nope, don't tomato or in spores. Stop. I'm gonna make a poll and we can vote. So, Lemuin, potentially, as one of them. I saw a lot of Pianist also between Twitch and YouTube, so we'll put that in. What other ones were there? Oh, Bryophyta? Bryophyta, I think, is one of the fellas I downloaded. I like Bryophyta's design. For a good masculine character design, I would maybe open that one and would be happy about it. Necrash Shoe. People are saying there's a bunch of shoes, so maybe we'll take Shoe. And I can't see my Twitch chat right now, so I'm actually gonna open Twitch somewhere else so I can see Twitch chat again. Because I'm making the poll right now. We're only gonna give you 2 minutes to vote also, because I want to be quick. But Lumen, more Lumen. Opus Folia. Okay, so I think we'll just go between those 3, maybe. Should we want a preview of dragons? Okay, maybe that'll be good. So we'll go for Lumen, Pianist, and Shu as our 3 for the final. I gotta copy and paste everything before I post it though. Hang on. Twitch fellas, make sure you vote also because YouTube tends to steamroll the votes. Because every single YouTube fella does tend to vote. So vote if you have strong feelings, but you don't have to worry about it if you don't have strong feelings. Final character! There we go. So there's that one. I guess I could have bugged Joby to make the poll for me, but I actually don't know how to tell Joby how to do that. So there we go. No, Lumen's on there. It's Lumen, Pianist, and Shu. So make sure you vote if you have strong feelings. I'm gonna eat a fish cracker. I don't have any of these characters downloaded, so while you're doing that, I'm gonna open Bryophyta so I can just compliment him a couple times for his design. Look, there's colors! Look, colors! Look, there's colors! Green and yellow, and the green has multiple kinds of yellow, and there's white, and there's black, and the proportioning is very different, but the primary color in the palette is a color. He is also holding a hot dog. Love me a gourd corn dog. He's got beverages strapped to his hip. He's got his climbing ropes here. He's always ready for an adventure, it appears. I love that he is wearing short shorts and high socks, which is very funny. Bandana. Focal point is the chest, unfortunately, because it's so green. But I'm still here for the short shorts. Oh, Lumen and Lemuin are different characters? Oh, whoopsie. Lemuin, actually. Poor Lumen's been replaced by Lemuin? Oh, whoops. Sorry, did I get the wrong one for it? I love all these. Can we get the other 2 next time? Maybe please? Oh, lordy. There's too many. There's too many. We'll never get through all of them. Lumen's older. Okay, that's why we wanted Lemuin. Lemuin, potentially? Lemuin is the one everyone asked for. Oh, I see. Okay, so Bryophyta or Bryophyta. I keep rearranging what order those letters go in. This is an EG pick. What animal are they? Oh, lordy, great question. Here's the thing. Sometimes I like a character. Is this the American? Is he American? I'm seeing like the stars on blue and the red stripes. Oh, so okay, on Twitch there's a tie, so Twitch nothing mattered. What animal is he? American. What animal is he? I don't see a tail. I don't see any kind of scales. His hair is sticking up a little bit like a parrot might, but I feel like if he was a bird, they would have made it a little bit more apparent. I don't know if I'll be able to guess it. He's Mexican? Oh, Hawaiian? Oh, okay, I was just reading too hard into the stars and the stripes, maybe. Also, Levery, indeed the bird people. Oh, hell yeah, okay, I got it. It's literally just the fact that he has this one piece of hair sticking up like a bird, like a parrot would. Yeah, the eyes help a little bit. Honestly, they could have made it much clearer. But I just wanted to glaze him from it of the fact that I like his fit, I like his colors. Go away. We've had enough of you for today. We're not actually grading you. I'm gonna also very quickly look at Cement. I love her. I love her. Her design is so exaggerated and goofy, but I love it. Cement. That's concrete, baby. I love her. It's so good. That's concrete. She's so cartoony. She's so exaggerated. I love her big chunky shoes. I love her crazy drill. I'm gonna guess she's supposed to be a mole. Not that I would have guessed that based on anything in her actual visual design, but I love that she has 3 lamps on her head and she is adorable. Anyways, moving on. I just wanted to say that. Those are some of my favorites that we won't actually get to critique because I like them. They're so cartoony. They're so exaggerated. The colors are interesting. So, what won on YouTube here? Because that will be a deciding factor. Let's see. Wow! Totally different results between YouTube and Twitch. However, Shu absolutely irrevocably swept. Shu, with 100 out of 113 votes, over half of them were for Shu. So I guess there's really no question about it. We're looking at Shu as our final character. We will have to move a little bit quickly just because I'm beyond the end of stream currently already, but I did want to look at them. Oh, I did see her. I liked her design also. Do I have her downloaded? I actually might. Do I? I remember seeing her. She ranked really high on popularity polls also, so I might have her downloaded because of that. Why not? Oh no, I'm getting her confused with somebody else. Never mind. Weep. This is neat. And I will say, based on her and... I don't know what her name was, but the green girly we looked at last time. What is her name? Mulesis? I don't remember how to say her name. Mulesis, I think, who was another more recent design. The colors are more interesting. And the outfit is such a slay. She was one of the Sui siblings. Didn't you want to see all of them in one go? Nah, that's fine. We can look at them later. We're getting a dragon spoiler right now. A little bit of dragon spoiler. The color design is interesting, and what I will say is that despite this being kind of a primary palette, this is an unexpected color palette. A sort of desaturated mustard with these brighter blues. Mwah, chef's kiss. Beautiful. The patterns are also nice. They're not overwhelming. There's a lot of them, but they're not as overwhelming as they could be, and they do provide some nice interest. And I say primary palette because she does have yellow, blue, and red. Little pops of green throughout. Would you look at that? She's got a bunch of colors. Saturated blue, I will say, unfortunately, is really distracting. Really, 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 really distracting. Bean. She does have a bean. What the hell do you mean by that? You've been saying that all stream. What does that mean? What do you mean she has beans? I don't know what that means. Sui beans. The bean form for the Sui siblings. Oh, okay, okay. Bean rabbit hole, let's go. Look it up. Okay, all right, I'm never leaving at this. Is this like when I had to Google the funny little like rice cake things? Oh, they're just like drawn like little like tsum-tsums or something. That's fine. Okay, like a bean stack. Yeah, okay. I see it. I found it. I see her. It's okay. Understood. I found it. I see. I don't understand what the lore is at all, but it is just a cute little drawing of them as dragons almost. Beans just means... It's meaning this, apparently. Like it's tsum-tsum. That's a bean. I believe. She's this one. I can tell. It's the color palette, and also this checker pattern. Yeah, I think that's all it means. Originates for a fan-made video. Wait, so is this not even a part of the canon? Marketable plushies, basically? Oh, they're official marketable plushies. Oh, okay. I see. I was gonna say, if this was a fandom thing, and I am going on a tangent about it, might have complained just a little bit. All fragments of a dragon deity, so they're all turned into marketable chibi dragon plushies. Okay, hang on. I gotta do my cold read, but you're not telling me anything I didn't realize already. So I would have not have had any trouble guessing that she is a dragon. She's got the horns, and then her hair stick almost feels like it might be reminiscent of having whiskers to some degree. So that is interesting. Noted. I don't care about being spoiled for colors. She seems like she is quiet and that she has a bit of elegance to her. I enjoy that as far as her clothing goes, she's wearing pants, which I'm surprised by. No thighs in this one. Whoa, crazy. But her jacket is bigger and baggier. Her pants are flaring out at the end. Her shirt is closer to her body. So not everything is the same level of bagginess as far as fashion design goes. That's nice. Look at her hands. Her hands also are colored. Her hands are brown and orange and blue, and I was sort of seeing that from a distance as well. They're the same color as her hair is, which is interesting. I was wondering if they have nails or like sharp nails or something, which is interesting. And yeah, her colors are very unique. They're a very unique clue. Clue for what? What do you mean clue? Do you put pants on women sometimes? Always fantastic. Yeah, we love to see it. All of them have have the colored hands. It's tattoos. Okay, interesting. Guess her occupation. So her objects that she's holding are definitely important, but I'm going to fail at probably a cultural reference as a result of them, where for some reason I was thinking this is some sort of lantern that is containing incense or something. So I was thinking that she is either something associated with spirits or dispelling, or yeah, like exorcist or something. But I'm not sure if that's because I'm misunderstanding, because I don't know what the object she's holding is either. I thought it was a light stick, but it might actually be a sword. So I'm not sure. The objects aren't really telling me much about it. She's wearing very practical boots that are almost combat-like, despite the rest of her clothing being very white and bright. So I could see her being... something. I don't know. I'm not figuring it out. Maybe grain? Exorcist. Farmer, rice. Hang on, okay. Left hand is a burr puzzle? Huh? Agricultural era. Fictional objects. Welcome to the rice field. Interesting. Am I missing a reference that I'm just not getting? Rice fan where the pants are rolled up when working. Okay. Am I missing something? I guess grain. I can see a motif here with the way this is braided as being grain in some manner. So that works for me. Rice farmer. Her role in combat is, I'm gonna guess she's one of the arts users probably from a range. Maybe. Her colors are rice references. Oh, I didn't know that. Are the colors like gold and this bright blue associated with rice? Rice is grown in muddy water effectively. Oh, okay, wait. So she's got this dark red that might be associated with muddy water at the bottom of this. This is water on her pants, maybe? Rice stalk yellow, rice field, water blue. Okay, so interesting. Healing tank. Okay. Rainbow ladder, rice paddle. Huh, okay. So I'm gonna, as I said before, this is the disclosure of I am just not familiar with the references being made here, but clearly they're being made because you all are picking up on them and telling me about them. So I don't think I can take points off for concept. I can see she's a dragon very clearly. The only struggles I think I'm having right now are that as much as I love this blue is really drawing me in. It feels unearthly. It's making her feel very mystical and magical. But it's so distracting. Her face is not even standing a chance against this area right now, unfortunately, because she has this blue up on the top of one of her horns and like down here in her bun, I think. But her eyes are very muted. The red makeup around her eyes is also quite muted. As much as I hate to say it, this blue is so beautiful. I think we might have to lose it a little bit in order for it to not be distracting or make it appear more around her face. I'm gonna go like this and cover the brightest parts of it and see if that is enough. But that might not even be enough still, because even the darkest parts of the blue are so high in saturation. She just needs more of it around her face. We're like, oh, it's also not as dark around her face? That's interesting. Hang on, I'm just gonna add more of it here to see if that can help and add more of that really bright, sort of unearthly color to it. Just to see if that does the trick. Make us look higher, faster. So, like, I think that's a step in the right direction. You grab this. Oh, and that purple is also only appearing down there. There's a lot of things happening with the color that is making those areas more focal. Make these nice, really bright parts of blue. I might see if I can work some of the purple in. I wonder if it might have been a good move for her to have this, the classic inside of her hair being a color situation. It's because it's the saturation. I could also desaturate all of this also, and that might help. Nope. Give me saturation. Nope, not color. Give me saturation. Yeah. So like if I push these back like this, unfortunately it does make the art a little bit less interesting, but focal point wise, it does make her face more focal. Oh man, yeah, I didn't really have to change that much. And then if we want those blues, we could have them. I almost want this blue to be on the inside of her hair or something. I want it around her face, because I don't want to let go of it. It's so nice. Because then it can frame some of these little red bits and the gold and yellow elements more. It'll contrast with her skin tone more distinctly. This might not be the exact right shade of it to use, but I feel like this could be an interesting way of pulling this up higher in the design. Yeah, and then we can even have these super, super bright parts of it too. It's just like little flecks in it. Where like, maybe I can show that this is overlapping by making it that brighter color. And I can pull that purple up in here too. I think it's working. Oh, Stannichin in the background? I think this is the song that stream started with, maybe. I'll be using that blue for something later? What? Huh? New brother on Global soon. Interesting. Unique professions based on Chinese traditional practices. Okay, I will, before we have our next stream on this next week, I'm going to look into some Chinese cultural practices and see if I can learn up a little bit so I won't be caught off guard and or surprised by it. Not that I'm surprised, I can see all the parts of it, but I'm just not as familiar, so I'm missing out on it. Let me get this purple maybe even and put it up in here. I might desaturate some of these just a little bit because it's just a little strong compared to the way the rest of her face is rendered. Like I might need like this color to transition things a little bit. But I do think blue closer to the face would be an interesting move, and that is helping the face to be more focal now that I've pushed the saturation back. It's still beautiful, but push it back a little bit. A little bit. Less than a month. She makes weapons, bruh. Huh? She makes weapons? I thought she worked on a rice farm. Wow. Drago's only somewhat joking. Huh? Chinese traditional practice is making films? Hell yeah! I mean, making films is inherent to any tradition. I'm not gonna remember who that is, so it's not gonna be a spoiler for me when we do go back to looking at the other Sui siblings potentially in the future. Yeah, she's an agriculturist. Different sibling. Oh, okay, they're talking different siblings. Okay, I see. So, generally, silhouette. I love the flow of her hair, the way that it's flowing out to the side. It's very wispy, it's elegant. Lots of positive negative space in it, lots of big flowing shapes. The asymmetry of it as well. We've got the bun off to one side, the hair stick pushed through it, some of the hair coming in front. Her horns may be perfectly symmetrical, but I'm not sure. This one looks like, I can't tell if that's SFX or if it's something that's going on with it. But a little bit of asymmetry. Well, it seems like she may still, once again, be completely symmetrical. Her silhouette is more interesting. Big baggy shirt, wide pant legs that then taper back in for her shoes. She's got the sort of tiered thing that we were complimenting the other more recent girly for too, where we've got big wide shape, narrow shape. She's built like a Christmas tree. which is interesting. It gives her visual weight towards the bottom half of the design. Her hair even exaggerates it even further as far as visual weight goes. All good things. If I draw a ladder on top of her, wow, I'm glad we're ending on a positive note here. We're ending on one where I feel like most of the things that I would have as critiques have been considered. Draw 2 lines there. There's not really any lines through here. I would say, oops, these little belts on the side of her pants are nice. Texture is good because it's not as pushed forward as it could be. It's kind of subdued, which makes it not as overwhelming. These I wouldn't draw lines for because they're the same color as everything else. But I would draw lines for all this stuff happening in her chest. It's increasing the detail by a lot. Let's see if I can space these right for it. I might have to go for like a close enough. There's one more in here. And then she's got a necklace. She's got her chin. She has her eyes, which is kind of similar to her hairline, top of her bangs, top of her head, top of her horns. And I think other than these little dangling charms on one side, she is completely symmetrical though, unfortunately. But I would say that's not climbable. All of the detail and clustering is happening up around the head, as it should be. Does make her more focal around the face. Nice, that's helping. Very dangerous ladder. Much more detail on the face, legs are very open, completely unclimbable. I would pass her, although I do want some more asymmetry. Her silhouette is strong otherwise. What did we not talk about? Let me put down some grades here. But is there, what did I miss? Color palette, beautiful, gorgeous, amazing. Focal point, it is just her hair, unfortunately. It's outcompeting her face. Silhouette, I want a little more asymmetry, but it's close. Concept of motifs, you guys knew all the things about her, which makes it easy for you guys to point them out and see them. But I can see what you're saying as far as, you know, we've got muddy waters. At the bottom here, we've got the water itself. Gold is being associated with grains or rice. These can be motifs that are reminiscent of grains of rice. I picked up what we're putting down about it. The boots, practical for working in a field, mayhaps. Works out. Yeah, dangerous ladder is good ladder. We want our ladder to look actually as little like a real ladder as possible. Dragon motif is super clear though. Yes, and the dragon part is really clear. There's really no question about it. So I would give her full points for that. Complexity versus clarity, I think she exists right in that nice zone where she has all of this patterning for flavor. It's interesting. It makes it feel like this is real clothing she's wearing, where there's textile design, there's pattern design, there's different textures just in like, this is really streamlined and flowy and elegant. This is much more rugged, chunky like earth. It's more crispy in the texturing. The checkered pattern is very interesting as well. There's a variety of things throughout. There's repeating motifs where you have this braided pattern happening that's reminiscent of the grains of rice itself. I think she'd simplify relatively well because the patterns aren't necessary to us understanding her as who she is as a character. And I'm not having much clarity issue with her. I can read all the edges of different parts of her body pretty well. I will give Arknights a lot of props. All of their artists do a fantastic job at keeping the value and hue of the hair and skin different. We've had barely any issues with that, and that is usually the biggest gripe I'm having with Gatcha character designs. So I would say that's her grade. She might be the best one from today's stream, potentially. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5. Yeah, she's a whole half point higher. Good work, girly. But I think that's probably the bulk of what I have to say. I like super focused up, but that's because it's past my stream end time. Yeah. I'll sneak peek at her E2. Also vote to take a quick look. Okay, I will sneak peek her E2. I will just look at it real quick. Oh, if the wiki will permit me. Hello? Hello? Wiki.gg? Can I have look? Please? There we go. It's really pretty. I'll give you that. The hair is moving like water, which is interesting too. Here she is. Here's her E2. It's really small and crunchy, so we can't see that much of it, but it is really beautiful. This artist, their use of color is fantastic. I love it. And just flat. Don't say that. Hey! Animated art too. Oh, interesting. This is really pretty. The hair is flowing like water. The gold is really interesting. Because the hair is higher, the head ends up being more focal in this art for her. I don't know. I'm a fan of her. It is animated, but I can't show you animated images in Clip Studio. It just does not work that way, unfortunately. But those were all our characters for today. Goldenglow got, what did Goldenglow get? Where is my even grade for her? Goldenglow got a 7.5. Asbestos also got a 7.5. Hellagur got an 8. Go away, Jubby's assertions. Skadi got a 7.5. Thorns got a 6.5. Only half numbers here also pretty much. And then Shu got an 8.5. So not bad. Not a bad spread. Very consistent, I will say. Not a ton of like super like stand out ones. No 10s, unfortunately. I don't think we gave a 10 in this series, but I will give them props for the consistency at least, because even though we're looking at a really new character, the old characters are still passing. They're passing just fine. They're okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, very decent. Not bad. Also, Fashy, thank you for following. But I will say, that's gonna do it for me for today. I gotta go hang up my Jubby and eat. So, thank you for hanging out. I will meet you back here tomorrow. I will be here. I'll be yapping. I went on vacation last week, and I'm gonna yap about vacation and also draw maybe a little bit, but I might mostly just yap. Really, no big plans other than that I'm gonna show you a bunch of pictures that I edited in a funny manner to have my head on them of my vacation. So I'm going to yap at you. You can make me talk about whatever you want, so bring your topics if you'd like. Tangent me. You're permitted. Next week, we will come back next Friday for... I believe it's Friday. I believe Friday would be the day. Let me check, just make sure. Next Friday? Whoa, that's Independence Day! I don't think I'm doing anything. Next Friday will be more Arknights, perhaps. So if you are a celebrator of that might get in the way, maybe. We might have to figure out, but we will do a part 3. We decided. We'll do a part 3. This will be my first one. We'll see. We'll pick a day. Stay tuned. I will let you know. But in the meantime, leave comments of who we should look at their alts of in the meantime on the YouTube. Thank you! Thank you guys for hanging out. YouTube, I can't send you anywhere, so I will unfortunately just say 07. Show me later. Bye, YouTube. There we go. And